The author of this fanfiction name is Fanatic06. He works on fanfiction.net and the link is in the description to the stories.
Chapter 45, Revelations. Shock and fear. Those were the two feelings Ash was experiencing at the moment. He couldn't believe it. Team Rocket had gotten to his mother, and it was all his fault. Not even his Uncle Riley could keep them back. Now he was in critical condition at the Viridian Hospital. What if he died? No. Riley couldn't die. He was an Aura Guardian. Right? What has Team Rocket done to his mom? So many questions were going through his mind right now. Ash began trembling violently at the news as his knees began to shake and threatened to give out. Underneath him, Serena and Brock immediately ran to catch Ash to keep him from falling completely. Pikachu tried to hold onto Ash's right leg to keep him from falling, also. Ash! Come on! Stay with us! Brock yelled, but it fell on deaf ears. My mom, by Team Rocket, Ash mumbled. Ash! You need to get a hold of yourself. We need you to stay calm so we can formulate a plan. Blue said harshly. Blue! Put yourself in Ash's shoes. His mother was captured by Team Rocket, and Riley is in the hospital. You could at least try to be a little gentler with him, Rose said sternly. Blue glanced at Rose before turning to look at Ash again and saw the pure distress in Ash's eyes right now. He then gave another deep sigh before relenting. He could ease up on him a bit. Blue always had trouble trying to sympathize with others. I'm sorry, Ash. The truth is we are all worried about Delia and Riley, but standing here isn't going to get us anywhere. That's why we need to get back to Pallet Town. I'm sure Gary and Leaf are waiting for you all, as well, Blue said in a noticeably softer tone. Ash slowly nodded his head as he began to process what was actually happening. Serena and Brock carefully stood Ash back on his feet before slowly letting him go. They were all quite shocked at the news and were all wanting to know what happened just as badly, but they knew they weren't close to feeling as bad as Ash at the moment, so they couldn't blame him. The group then made their way over to the adults as Blue quickly made arrangements. Okay, Ash. You can ride with me on my Pidgeot, while Serena can ride with Yellow on hers. The rest of you can ride Rose's Wigglytuff since it can hold the most people, Blue told them. Mr. Blue. Serena interrupted gently. I want to ride with Ash. Serena, Grace trailed. If that's okay, I want Serena to be with me, too, Ash agreed. Blue frowned and wanted to argue with them. They didn't have time to quibble over seating arrangements, but the looks in the two preteens' eyes told him different. It was clear that Serena and Ash really did care a great deal about each other and clearly wanted to stay as close as possible during this time. He sighed again before looking over to Yellow. Ash needed comfort and reassurance right now, and Serena was definitely the one who could give him the most at the moment. Yellow, is it okay if those two ride your Pidgeot together back to Pallet Town? He asked. You can ride with me. Yellow looked back at her Pidgeot and placed her hands on it where she could communicate. That truly was a special gift that Yellow possessed. Yellow and Pidgeot soon nodded their heads before she then turned back to Serena and Ash and gave them a kind smile. Of course. That will be fine, she answered. Thank you, Ash said appreciatively. All right. We need to hurry up and leave now. We'll see you in Pallet Town. We'll meet at my dad's lab, Blue said as he and Yellow hopped on his Pidgeot. Ash and Serena quickly got on Yellow's Pidgeot while the rest got on Rose's Wigglytuff. By now, the commotion had attracted quite a lot of people as they stood in amazement at the scene that was taking place. Soon, the three Pokémon and their riders took off very quickly, causing some nearby people to shield their eyes from the huge gust of wind. They looked up as the group became smaller and smaller until they disappeared in the distance. It took everyone at least 4 hours to reach Pallet Town from Saffron City. Most Pokemon couldn't handle such a trip without resting a lot, but the two Pidgeot and Wigglytuff were veterans who held more endurance than most Pokemon. Ash didn't say a word the entire trip back to Pallet Town. He found himself unable to speak and just had several thoughts racing through his head. He thought he could keep his mom safe if he sent her away on vacation or had Riley look after her. It seemed all he was really doing was delaying the inevitable. Serena had her arms wrapped around Ash the entire ride while Pikachu and Cubone rode in between the two. Of course it was to keep from falling off the Pidgeot, but also to comfort Ash. Her head was leaned against his shoulder as they rode, which Ash appreciated greatly despite being preoccupied with his thoughts. They both knew they didn't need to say anything to each other and just really enjoyed the other's support at the moment. As soon as the Pokemon landed in front of Professor Oak's lab and touched the ground, Ash immediately dove off the Pidgeot before breaking into a sprint down the road, Pikachu following him. "Where are you going?" Blue called as Serena and Cubone ran after him, but Ash didn't answer and just kept going. Ash was running as fast as he could to his house. It was like he had to see for himself what had happened. He refused to believe his mother had been captured by Team Rocket. She was at her house, most likely cleaning or working the garden, her favorite things. Riley was there, too. They had to be. As Ash rounded the corner onto his driveway, his heart began to sink. There were a couple of windows busted out, most notably the one to his mom's room. The front door was also knocked off its hinges. Ash continued running until he went through his front door and entered the living room. It was there his heart hit rock bottom at what he saw. His house was a mess. Furniture was overturned. There were dents in the wall. There had clearly been a huge struggle amongst all of the chaos. Ash wanted to call for his mother. But he knew the effort would be in complete vain. She wasn't here to greet him with her smiling face like she always did when he came home. His mom truly wasn't here this time, and it was all his fault. Ash didn't think he could ever forgive himself for this. Ash curled his hands into fists and sank to his knees as he began to cry. The last time he had done something like this was back at the Sylph Company. He just couldn't control his emotions right now. His mom had been taken by Team Rocket, and who knows what they did to Riley if he was in the Viridian Hospital. Pikachu stood by Ash's side and tried to comfort him, but not even the pleas of his best buddy were reaching Ash right now. He was too broken. "Ash?" a voice asked quietly behind him. Ash's tear-stained face turned around where he saw Serena and Cubone standing at the threshold to his house a few feet behind him. Serena had her hands clasped together and looked ready to cry herself. "Serena," Ash muttered back. Serena came over to Ash before kneeling down and embracing him as tightly as she could and rubbed his back soothingly, which Ash welcomed. She hated to see Ash hurt like this. Serena had been close to Mrs. Ketchum and was worried as well, but knew it couldn't compare to Ash. She didn't know what he must be going through. The only thing she could do was be there for Ash and let him know she really cared. "Ash, I'm so sorry," she whispered as tears began to fall from her eyes, as well. "It's my fault," Ash muttered. His voice was quite hoarse from the crying. "Chuyu," Pikachu assured as it licked Ash's hand in a comforting manner. "Don't say that, Ash," Serena said gently. "But it is." Ash suddenly cried as he broke away from Serena's hug and looked her straight in the eye. "If it wasn't for me always getting involved with Team Rocket, my mother would still be safe. Ash, it isn't just your fault. All of us were in the way of Team Rocket," Serena told him. "Then why was it they only chose to target me? You heard their boss, Giovanni, at the Sylph Company. He told me, and not anyone else, that if we got in the way of Team Rocket again, there would be consequences. We couldn't even stay away from them for 1 week with what happened in Lavender Town. Ash yelled as tears continued to stream down his face. Serena bit her lip as she watched Ash continue to berate himself. It broke her heart to see him so upset. She had never seen anyone so distressed in her life. She didn't really have an answer to that. It was true that Giovanni was particularly interested in punishing Ash compared to the rest of them, but why? Those despicable criminals. I hate them. Ash screamed as he punched the living room wall with his fist, before shaking it from the pain. Serena, Pikachu, and Cubone gasped at the outburst Ash had just given. Serena went over to try to comfort him again. She moved to put her arms around him, but Ash broke free and glared at her. Will you just leave me alone? All of you. Ash roared at the three. Nothing you say or do is going to make me feel better. Go away. Serena recoiled at Ash's harsh tone. He had never yelled at her like that before, and truthfully, it really hurt. She stared warily at the angry yet distressed boy in front of her. She really wanted to help him but had no idea what to do. Upon seeing Serena's hurt expression, Ash's facial expression softened. He then saw Pikachu and Cubone in the same state. He hated being like this. His mother had just been kidnapped by a criminal gang because of him. His best friends were only trying to help him, and he was taking his emotions out on them. That wasn't right. Ash put on a look of regret and turned away from them. I am sorry. I didn't mean to shout at you guys. I'm angry, but it's not your fault. It's all my fault, Ash muttered as tears began to fall from his face again. Serena let out a sigh after Ash's apology. Her hurt expression was still there, but it looked like she accepted the apology. She then thought of what she could say next. She knew that they weren't going to get anything done here, though. Ash, we're going to save your mom, Serena told him. It's true that Team Rocket took her, but she is still alive. I don't know how to explain it, but I just feel it. How do you know? Ash mumbled as he pulled the brim of his hat down to cover his eyes. They are a world-class criminal gang. How are we supposed to get her back? Ash, stop it. This isn't like you, Serena said as she clenched her fists. The Ash I know would never admit defeat like this. You are so much stronger than that. It's your incredible determination and your loving heart that I and so many others admire about you. Ash looked up to see Serena staring at him with a genuine expression of tenderness. He knew that look. She only had that look whenever she was being completely serious. She really believed what she was telling him. You have always been the one to get us out of every situation, Serena continued as she moved closer to Ash. Brock and Misty would never say this, but you are the main person in our group. It is us who wanted to travel with you, not the other way around. You just have that personality and love for others that everyone is attracted to. You always give it your all, and you never give up until the end. That's what you're always telling me. Never give up until the end. Serena, Ash stuttered. That's why I like you, Ash, and why I always have, Serena smiled as she took Ash's hands in hers. You truly are an amazing person, and I don't know where I would be if you weren't in my life. Please. I know we will find a way out of this like we always do. We can and will rescue your mother. I know it. Ash felt tears come to eyes again, but for a different reason. It was because of Serena's words. She made him feel like he was the most special person in her life. He knew that was to be true. Even after he just lashed out in anger at her, Pikachu, and Cubone, she still didn't leave. She promised to always be there for him and never leave his side. Maybe Serena was truly the girl he was supposed to. Thank you, Serena, Ash said as finally hugged her back. I really needed to hear that. You're right. I'm not giving up until the end. We are going to get my mother back from Team Rocket and take them down once and for all. I'm so happy to hear you say that, Ash. I know we can do it, Serena replied sincerely as she returned the hug. Pikachu ran up Ash's backside before resting on his shoulder and giving an enthusiastic face hug. It believed Ash was the most amazing person, also. Not too many people could win back its trust of them after all it had been through. Cubone jumped in between its surrogate parents to join in for the hug, as well. It felt the same way as Pikachu. Ash, along with Serena, were one of the few people Cubone trusted. The four finally released each other, and Ash was filled with renewed determination now. He wasn't going to wallow in remorse anymore. His mother wasn't going to come back if he just stayed here. No, they were going to do something about it. They would find a way to rescue her, and Ash would make sure that Team Rocket fell once and for all. Let's get back to Professor Oak's lab, Ash said to them. We can figure out a plan with the others there. Right. Serena agreed, happy that Ash was back to his old self. Together, the four then hurried to Professor Oak's lab, all ready to take on any challenge that came upon them. When the four arrived back at Professor Oak's lab, they found everyone all in the main room. They all turned their eyes upon them as Brock and Misty ran forward to them. Grace and Yellow still had tears streaming down their eyes while Rose and Blue were now looking too, worried for a change. Professor Oak stood gravely, but it was clear he was worried too. Ash, you're back. How are you feeling? Misty asked in concern. I'm fine, now, Misty. Thank you. Serena was able to snap me out of it. Thanks for being here for me, everyone, Ash replied. Good to hear, Brock said before giving his friend a brotherly side hug. It was then Ash and Serena noticed something quite odd. Didn't Blue say that Gary and Leaf were here at Pallet Town waiting for Ash? Also, didn't Leaf say they would all meet up in Pallet Town the last time they saw each other in Fuchsia City? Surely they would be here at Professor Oak's lab after hearing what happened. Do any of you know where Leaf and Gary are at? I would like to see them, too, Ash requested. Misty and Brock immediately exchanged glances with each other before looking away with grim expressions on their faces. It was then Ash and Serena took more notice of the worried expressions of Rose and Blue. No. Surely they were okay. Where are they? Ash asked in a more demanding tone. That's the problem, Blue muttered as he massaged his temple in frustration. We don't know where they are. What do you mean? Serena asked as her tone grew fearful once more. Professor Oak decided to jump in at this point. Those two left for the Viridian City gym 2 days ago so Gary could win his 8th badge. They said they would call me as soon as they left the gym, but they have yet to do so. My granddaughter Daisy is running an errand for me in Viridian City, but even she hasn't heard or seen anything. They should have been back by now, but we haven't heard from them since they left, Rose said as she took a deep breath to calm herself. We've tried to reach them on their poke gears several times, but they never answer. All that we hear is static. What? Ash asked in a confused tone. That was so strange. Leaf and Gary were always really good about answering any calls or being prompt. If they weren't back by now after a short trip to Viridian City, something was clearly wrong. What could have happened to them? Surely Team Rocket couldn't have gone after them, too. There is something else you should know. Team Rocket left a letter addressed specifically to you at your house when we got there, Blue told him grimly as he went over to Ash and handed him a small piece of paper. For me? Ash asked as he took the letter from Blue's hands before peering at the letter. The person who wrote this had surprisingly neat handwriting. Every letter that was written was almost flawless and perfectly legible. It was a lot better than what he would expect. Someone of a criminal gang to write. Ash looked up from the letter and saw that everyone was looking at him expectantly. Taking that as a cue to begin reading the letter, Ash looked down once more before speaking. To Ash Ketchum. You clearly don't know how to take a hint, do you? After you got in our way again, we were spying on your mother ever since, waiting for the perfect moment to strike, and we succeeded. Do not fear. Your mother is still alive, but not for long if you don't do exactly as I tell you. Come to the Viridian City Gym within 3 days of me writing this letter. There are some things I would like to discuss with you. I'm sure we can solve our differences like civilized adults. You might be very interested to hear what I have to say. If you don't show up, Delia is as good as dead. We will then search out to find you, and pray that you don't find out what we do to you and your friends when that happens. Once again, you have 3 days. Do not be late. Signed, Giovanni. Ash felt his hands clench as he crumpled the letter in his hands. That man has the gall to threaten his mom and friends like that. Ash felt his anger and hatred for Giovanni rising. Again once more. Giovanni was using his mother as bait to get to him. Well, he wasn't going to disappoint the man by not showing up. He was going to go straight the Viridian Gym and, wait, what? The Viridian City Gym? Ash suddenly felt his anger melt into genuine confusion. Why does he want me to go to the Viridian City Gym? What does that have to do with anything? Ash wondered aloud as he looked around at the others. Did he capture the gym leader there, too? We don't know, but I have a theory, Blue spoke up. Judging by the note that you just read, and the fact that Gary and Leaf went missing after they left for the gym, there may be a connection between Team Rocket and the Viridian City Gym. That's impossible, Brock reasoned. The gym leaders of each region are respected members of the community that are handpicked by the Pokemon League officials themselves. They wouldn't pick anyone from a criminal gang like Team Rocket. Being a former gym leader, I would know. That's right, Misty agreed. Team Rocket is a master of undercover activity, Rose sighed. It would be very easy to deceive people as a good person on the outside but secretly working for Team Rocket on the inside. I know all of the gym leaders of Kanto, though, Misty replied. There's Brockwell Flint now of Pewter City, the Sensational Sisters of Cerulean City, LT. Surge of Vermilion City. Erica of Celadone City, Sabrina of Saffron City, Koga of Fuchsia City, Blaine of Cinnabar Island, and the Viridian City Gym leader's name is, Giovanni. Oh, my. Curse it all. Blue yelled out in frustration as he slammed his fist on a nearby table. That crook had all of us fooled. It really was him the entire time. Up until now, I thought it was a coincidence. Everyone in the room was completely shocked at that bit of information. How could they not have put the pieces together sooner? Not only did this make Giovanni the Viridian Gym leader, but he was also the same Giovanni that all the adults feared. Delia was going to be in big trouble. Ash suddenly had a flashback to something that was mentioned by Giovanni in the Sylph Company. Tell me something, young man. Are you planning on entering the Pokemon League? Giovanni asked. Yeah, Ash replied uneasily. Heh. It will certainly be interesting to battle you in due time, Giovanni responded. If the leader of Team Rocket is also the Viridian Gym leader, then he may very well have Gary and Leaf. It isn't likely Giovanni will let them go free considering, Blue trailed. Before looking Ash straight in the eye. Blue. Rose scolded. I'm worried about Leaf and Gary, too, but that's no reason to blame it on Ash. No. He's right, Mrs. Green, Ash interrupted. This whole thing is my fault. I realize that, but that doesn't mean I don't want to make things right. We aren't going to get anywhere arguing about whose fault it is, anyway, Blue said. What's done is done. Now we need to come up with a plan to rescue them. Blue then went over to the nearby couch before sitting down and covered his face with his hands while Yellow placed her hands on his back in a comforting manner. He appeared to be deep in thought. Despite being somewhat of a cold person, Blue really was a good man at heart. He was just as worried for Delia, Leaf, and his son as everyone else, but Gary in particular, of course. Despite not getting to see the boy as often as he would like, he still loved his son just as much as the next father. Hasn't anyone tried to contact my dad? Ash asked, even though he already knew the answer. Of course we have, Blue responded. But you know how he is. He is only in contact when he wants to be in contact. We have no idea where Red is at the moment or if he even knows his wife has been captured by Team Rocket. Ash looked down at the floor. What was it with his father always being too busy to have any time for his family? Ash saw his father even less than Gary saw his. For the past 6 years, Red would come by for a couple of days to see him and his mom. Then he would be off again and drop completely out of contact until he would eventually visit again. What was he doing throughout the year anyway that would cause him to leave his family behind so often? Did he even care? Ash then had a sudden realization as he looked over at Serena, who was watching him with worry. Come to think of it, he had never met or even heard about her father. Despite knowing Serena for almost 4 years now, did she even once mention him? Did she ever see her father or talk to him? Wait, now wasn't the time. I propose Rose, Yellow, and I go attack the Team Rocket headquarters building directly. We don't have time to beat around the bush now that they've taken action with their threats, Blue suddenly spoke up. Thanks to Rose and Yellow, we now know exactly where their base is located at. It's on the outskirts of Viridian City. Wait, what about us? Ash asked. I'm going with you all. Absolutely not. Blue responded while giving Ash a glare. We already have enough people in danger. We don't need another. You will just get in the way. Team Rocket won't hesitate to kill you or Delia if they saw you with us. But this is my mother we are talking about. Ash shouted back. I can't just sit here while who knows what is happening to her. Furthermore, they may have Leaf and Gary, too. Ash, Yellow interrupted gently while holding a hand up. Blue isn't meaning to sound so rough, but there is truth to what he says. There is a lot of danger involved with going to the Team Rocket headquarters. We just want to make sure that all of you are safe. It would be much better if you stayed here with Grace and Professor Oak while we are out, Rose added before winking. We'll be back with Delia, Gary, and Leaf before you know it. Ash gritted his teeth as tears began to sting his eyes. His mom was in danger all because of him, and the adults wanted him to stay. There had to be something he could do. He knew they were worried about him becoming another victim of Team Rocket, especially because they were after him. Team Rocket wasn't going to show any mercy just because of Ash's age, as they have proven many times in the past. Still, Ash, Brock spoke as went over to place a comforting hand on Ash's shoulder. We've done enough. I think it is for the best that we stay here this time. I think Riley would be happy if you gave him a call in the hospital, Yellow suggested to change the subject. We got news that his condition is stable now, so we all believe he will pull through. The group breathed a huge sigh of relief upon hearing that, and Ash couldn't help but smile to himself. He should have known it would take more than a bullet to take out his uncle. Being an Aura Guardian, he was made of tougher stuff than that. At least that was one bit of good news so far, that Riley would be fine. Well, we'll leave you to think about that, Blue said as he stood up from the couch along with Yellow. Now that we know what's going on, we need to go ahead and go. We can't delay any longer. Right, Rose agreed before turning back to the group before giving a reassuring smile. We'll be back soon. Ash and Serena turned towards Blue, who was whispering something to Grace and Professor Oak. Upon seeing the two watching them, he immediately closed his mouth and hurried out of the room, followed by Rose and Yellow. Ash and Serena weren't able to hear everything he said, but they did hear something along the lines of, "Should something happen to us, keep safe. Please take care." Grace called worriedly after them as she clasped her hands together. The group ran to the window to look outside before seeing the three adults already had their Pokémon for transport out. They hopped on the flying Pokémon and immediately took to the skies. Soon, they were gone and out of sight. "Sir, we may be in danger of being found out," Archer reported as he stepped in the Rocket Boss's main office. Giovanni glared at the man as he came in. He still hadn't completely forgiven his executives for failing to find Mutuo. New Island was the first place they checked, but they were blocked by some type of barrier to keep them from going, which infuriated the Dark Man. He would just wait for the barrier to lift and strike then. On the other hand, he wasn't completely upset because he now had Delia. "We've received reports that the Kanto champion is on his way, along with others," Archer continued. "Is Ash Ketchum among them?" Giovanni asked. "No sir," Archer revealed. Giovanni growled to himself about letting that boy wander around as long as he had. Because of Ash Ketchum, the champion of the Kanto region was coming after him. Not only that, but he may soon have the Pokémon League Corporation breathing down his neck. Regardless of the outcome, Giovanni would be losing his gym leader status very soon. Whether they got away or not. Giovanni soon stood up from his chair and gave Archer a serious look. "If that is the case, we need to evacuate immediately. Gather all the rockets you can. Meanwhile, I would like you, Ariana, Proton, and Petrol to come with me," Giovanni ordered. As he began to leave the room and adding as an afterthought, "Get Delia, too." "Sir? What of those two kids we captured?" Archer questioned as he looked at the man's retreating back. "They can rot in their cell for all I care. Leave them here. They won't be alive for much longer anyway with what I have planned," Giovanni replied. "Sir?" Archer asked again. "We are going to still have our final meeting with Ash Ketchum at the Viridian Gym. That boy is so predictable. It doesn't matter if he isn't with the others. He will come. I know he will," Giovanni said darkly. "As for the ones coming here, I say we have a little explosive surprise waiting for them." Ash was leaning his head against a wall at Professor Oak's lab. He couldn't just sit by while his mother, and possibly Leaf and Gary, were in danger like this. Also, what about the note Giovanni had left? It had said specifically for Ash to come to the Viridian City Gym. Blue, Rose, and Yellow, on the other hand, were heading towards the headquarters. Though Giovanni may not even be there and get away. He had to go to the gym. "Guys," Ash said to them. Serena, Brock, and Misty looked up at Ash. Grace and Delia were in the other room at the moment speaking to Riley over the video phone. Ash had gotten off the phone with him a little while ago. The man was clearly still in bad shape, and berated himself constantly for allowing Delia got captured, but everyone was just glad that he was okay. "We need to leave while we aren't being watched," Ash muttered. "Pika Pie?" Pikachu inquired. "That's right," Ash confirmed. "We need to go to the Viridian Gym." "Ash, you heard the other adults," Brock said with a frown. "We could get in a lot of trouble if we leave." "You must be crazy to do that, Ash," Misty exclaimed. "You know that letter is clearly a trap. You don't even know if your mother is at the Viridian City Gym. So we are supposed to stay here and do nothing." Ash fired back. "Giovanni said he would kill my mom if we don't make it in time. I'd rather not take the risk. What would you do if your sisters were in the same situation? Misty bit her lip at the thought of Daisy, Violet, and Lily captured by Team Rocket. It was true they all quarreled with each other quite often, and Misty was often the brunt of their jokes. However, they truly did love each other, and they seemed to finally come to an understanding with each other due to her last visit to Cerulean City. Taking Misty's silence as a cue that she didn't have an argument, Ash continued, "None of you have to go with me. I'll go with just Pikachu if that's how it needs to be, but I'm not staying here. Giovanni has gone too far. I can't let him get away with this," he uttered. Ash knew the truth to Misty's words, however, deep down. There was a very high probability that Ash would be walking straight into a trap at the Viridian Gym. On the other hand, it may be the only way to ensure that his mother would stay alive as long as she needed to. There was no guarantee his mother would be there at the gym, but there also was no guarantee the Rockets would keep Delia alive if they found out he wasn't coming, either. It was quite the dilemma. "If you are going, I'm going," Serena said firmly. "I'm not letting you go alone." "Cubone bone," Cubone added. Ash turned once more to look at Serena's beautiful features. Her eyes were set and fixed solely on him. It seemed she was just as determined as Ash about leaving. Ash smiled at Serena that he could always count on her support. She really was always right beside him. He then looked at Cubone. It had really gotten braver since he met it in Lavender Town. It was even starting to show interest in wanting to learn to battle soon. "Thank you," Ash replied. He then looked at Pikachu. "I guess it's you, me, Serena, and Cubone. Are you ready to go rescue my mom, Pikachu?" "Pikachu," it responded as it sparked its cheeks. It had really grown to be fond of Ash's mom and didn't want any harm to befall her, either. "Wait, Ash," Brock sighed, causing Ash and Serena to turn to him and Misty. "We're going with you, too. We aren't going to sit this one out like the other times," Misty stated. "It's true that Brock and I are really apprehensive about going because it's most likely a trap, but you are dealing with Team Rocket again. You and Serena are going to need all the help you can get. We will stay by you, too." Ash felt couldn't help but have his heart warmed at the sight of all his friends willing to help him despite the danger. Who would have thought when they first started out together that they would wind up doing anything or each other? Ash really did have the best friends a guy could ever ask for. "Thanks guys," Ash said sincerely. "This really means a lot to me." "We're here for you, buddy," Brock responded with a thumbs up. Ash wiped his eyes before getting a serious expression. "All right. We need to hurry up and leave. The faster we get to Viridian City, the better." The group began to hurry towards the door but stopped. It wouldn't be right to leave without at least letting Professor Oak and Serena's mom know. Ash quickly found a small sticky note and a pen since they were already in the lounge and quickly wrote a note. He hated to worry them and knew there might be serious repercussions later, but Ash needed to save his mom, and this was the surest way to keep his mom alive as long as possible. He had to do what Giovanni was asking, whether it was a trap or not. Maybe by stalling, that would give the others long enough to destroy Team Rocket, even. Once Ash finished scribbling the letter, the group gave one final nod before hurrying out the door. Only a few minutes had gone by before Grace and Professor Oak came back into the room from speaking to Riley, and they were shocked to see the group was no longer in there. "Serena? Ash?" Grace called out, but received no answer. "Grace, look at this," Professor Oak pointed to the sticky note on a nearby table. He picked it up and began to read it. Once he was done, his face paled. "Oh, no," he gasped. "What is it, Professor Oak?" Grace asked fearfully. They've gone after Giovanni to the Viridian Gym," Professor Oak replied while taking deep breaths. No, they can't, Grace began to sob. They were putting themselves in mortal danger. She couldn't believe this was happening. Professor Oak put his hand on Grace's back to comfort her. He sincerely hoped that the group would come back safely. It was all he could to keep from breaking down, as well. Things had really gotten much bigger than the two could handle, and they were powerless to stop it. The group stood in front of the Viridian gym. Ash never believed he would be entering the final gym to be eligible for the Pokémon League in this way. On the outside, it was just a normal gym, but on the inside, who knows what really went on behind the scenes if Team Rocket controlled it. Beyond those large double doors, Ash had no doubt he was stepping into complete danger. As long as that meant he would save his mom, he would do it. This was his fault, and he was fixing it. Ash took a few tentative steps forward to the two guards at the door. Ash was half expecting them to run the spears they were carrying through him right then and there, but realized that was unlikely after brief thinking. If Giovanni wanted Ash dead, he wouldn't do it outside in public like this for all to see. The guards seemed to pose no danger, or he hoped at least. He had no doubt these guards had been informed of Ash Ketchum possibly paying the gym a visit. Trying to sound as neutral as possible, Ash finally spoke. Excuse me. My name is Ash Ketchum. I'm here by request of Giovanni, the gym leader. Ah. You're Ash Ketchum. One of the guards grunted. We were told to let you and any friends you brought along in with no opposition. Go on through. The two guards then removed the spears they were holding from in front of the door and rested them at their side. This was surprisingly easy. That confirmed for the most part that Giovanni was definitely here and expecting him, but what about the others? Ash, Serena said apprehensively. We've got this, Serena, Ash told her as he turned to face her and grabbed her hand. Serena felt her fears instantly drain away as always when Ash grabbed her hands. They were rather rough for an 11-year-old boy, but that didn't matter. It was just a testament to what a hard worker Ash was. He always gave it 100%. She then smiled back at Ash. You're right, she replied. Let's go. Ash then turned to Misty and Brock. The two nodded their heads back to signify they were ready to enter no matter what was on the other side. He then looked at Pikachu and Cubone. The two Pokémon narrowed their eyes before nodding their heads, as well. Taking one last look at Serena, she nodded her head to show she was ready. Ash then turned to set his eyes firmly on the door in front of him. Surprisingly, the guards didn't appear annoyed or impatient despite the delay. They merely stood still with expressionless faces. It was almost as if they were statues. They were either really well trained or not worried in the least about the four children in front of them. Ash opened the wide double doors before stepping inside, the rest of the group following him. As expected, it was fairly dark inside of the room. Despite expecting it, that meant there could still be a sneak attack at any moment. Pikachu, be prepared for anything, Ash whispered to it. Chuyu, the yellow rodent nodded. It sparked its cheeks, ready to protect its trainer from anything that might happen. The group was now fully in the room. Despite that, no lights had been turned on yet. The only source of light so far was the sunlight pouring forth from the door. Ash was debating whether to go any farther inside the building. There was definitely someone in here. He could feel it, but why had nothing happened yet? It was rather unnerving. Cubone scooted closer to its surrogate mother. It had a bad feeling about this place. Despite it being a while back, Team Rocket had still killed its mommy. It'll be okay, Cubone, Serena said soothingly as she picked it up from the ground and held it close. Deciding they were going to get nowhere by simply standing at the entrance, the group stepped a little further into the gym. Even though there was sunlight coming in, It was still. Hard to make out any features in the room. It was clearly a very large battle room, but it appeared to be completely empty. Suddenly, the door slammed shut behind the group, causing a loud thud, and a locking noise was heard. The group turned in alarm at the doors and began to frantically look around to see what happened. They didn't need to wait long, however, as the lights soon turned on, illuminating the entire room. The group glared upon seeing the ones who had locked them in were none other than Jesse, James, and Meowth. The Team Rocket trio was grinning evilly at the group. It was then they noticed several more rocket grunts came out of hiding and surrounded the group on all sides of the gym room. As expected, it was a trap. Well, the twerp came after all, Jesse smirked. That was either really brave or really stupid, James agreed. Boy, I bet you can't wait to see what we have in store for ya, Meowth piped up. Where's my mom? She better not be in any sort of trouble, Ash uttered. Oh my. The twerp just said trouble, James, Jesse said gleefully. They better make it double, James added. The three rocket members then struck their pose. To protect the world from devastation. To unite all. Silence, you fools. A dark voice rang out across the room, effectively shutting the trio up. The group jumped in alarm at how loud and powerful the voice had sounded. Jesse, James, and Meowth immediately stood at attention and looked upward. Despite this, Ash's eyes narrowed as he instantly recognized who the voice belonged to despite only one meeting before. The voice was of the man he had grown so much to hate. The one who led this criminal gang. It was the one who ordered the kidnapping of his mother and threatened her life. Giovanni, Ash growled as he turned to where the voice had come from. Sure enough, as Ash looked up in the direction of the voice, seated on a high ledge in the back that oversaw the entire gym, was the Team Rocket leader. He was grinning evilly at Ash while he stroked the Persian that was next to him. Hello. Thank you for coming, Ash. How are you doing? Giovanni asked in a completely fake friendly tone. Ash began taking deep breaths to calm himself. Despite how much he loathed the man, he knew he had to choose his words carefully. There were so many things he wanted to scream out at Giovanni but held his tongue. One wrong word could mean the end. The key was to stall as long as possible. First, there was one thing Ash needed to know, why he came in the first place. Where's my mom? Ash asked again, not wanting to entertain Giovanni's previous words. Is she alive? Delia? Yes. She is most definitely alive. For now, anyway, Giovanni responded as he continued to stroke his Persian. Ash breathed a sigh of relief. At least he knew coming here wasn't completely in vain. He was still in a lot of danger, though. He didn't doubt that his mom was definitely the bargaining chip here, despite how much he hated to say it. Would you like to see her? Giovanni smirked. This caught Ash off guard. The dark man was willing to show his mom to him. What was he playing at? Despite this, Ash needed to see his mom with his own eyes to know she was all right. Yes, he replied. Giovanni's dark grin widened upon Ash's words. He pulled out a communicator that had been attached to his wrist before speaking into it. Bring Delia Ketchum out to the gym room at once. The group waited in anticipation for a while. Nobody said a word, not even Jesse, James, and Meowth. The three stood stock still at attention the whole time. Finally, after about 30 seconds, a door opened far off to Ash's top right, and he heard the sound of struggling. Cassidy and Butch came in from the other side, bringing Ash's mom in with them. Cassidy had Delia's hands tied behind her back while Butch held a gun to her head. Mom! Ash yelled as he began to sprint towards her. Cubone also glared and began running to the rockets, too. It recognized the blonde-haired woman as the one who shot its mommy. Butch immediately clicked his gun and pressed it against Delia's temple once he saw Ash and Cubone coming. That action made Ash immediately stop in his tracks, and he glared. Serena, meanwhile, had grabbed Cubone and picked it up to keep it from doing anything crazy. Team Rocket was definitely in control of the situation right now. Ash would have to play by their rules if he wanted everyone to stay alive. He turned back to Giovanni before glaring. "You should know that we don't plan on letting you walk away with her just like that," Giovanni told Ash. "What do you want from me?" Ash uttered. "Truthfully, I would like nothing more than to see you dead, Ash Ketchum. You have been a huge thorn in my side. I get sick at just the sight of you," Giovanni growled. "Well, guess what? The feeling's mutual," Ash retorted angrily against his better judgment. "You brat! How dare you disrespect our boss?" A rocket grunt shouted as he took a few steps forward to pound the boy within an inch of his life. "It is, fine," Giovanni sighed, which caused the grunt to stand down, but not before glaring at Ash again. Giovanni then continued. "Yes, it is clear that we have a strong dislike for each other. Still, you have a lot of bravery for standing up to me. It's because what you guys do is wrong," Ash yelled. "You use Pokemon as tools to meet your own ends. You don't care who you hurt or kill as long as you get what you want. You're horrible." "Ash," Serena trailed. All of the glares and drawn pokeballs at them were making her extremely nervous. She felt the same way as Ash about Team Rocket but wished he would choose his words more carefully. He. "I've told you this before, but your bravery reminds me a lot of your father, Red," Giovanni stated. "How fitting it is for you to be the biggest obstacle to me." "You keep telling me that," Ash exclaimed. "How do you even know my parents?" "Heh. Do you really want to know?" Giovanni asked in a mocking tone. "Giovanni. Please." "You don't need to tell Ash," Delia muttered as she looked shamefully down towards the ground. It almost sounded like she was pleading. "Mom?" Ash asked in a confused tone as he gave her a questioning glance. "Why do you want to hide this from me?" Come to think of it, Riley had refused to tell Ash what the connection between Giovanni and his parents were, also. He even went as far as to say that it wouldn't even be right for Red to tell Ash what it is. The most appropriate person to tell the truth would be none other than his mom. Judging by how Delia was looking towards the ground, it wasn't anything good. Was she ashamed? "We wouldn't want to disappoint your son, now, would we?" "He wants to know," Giovanni said to her with an evil smile. "What's going on?" Ash uttered in confusion. "Tell me, Ash," Giovanni began. "Do you know anything at all about your mother's past?" This question caused Ash to form a look of wonder on his face. He really didn't know a whole lot of his mom's, or especially his dad's past. He knew they both grew up in Pallet Town when they were kids, and that they were all childhood friends along with Yellow, Blue, and Rose. Their teenage years were quite foggy to him, however. "It looks like there is a lot to be desired in that category," Giovanni responded after seeing Ash's face. He then cast a look over at his mother. "I can't say I blame him. If he knew, he may not even want to stay with you anymore, my dear, just like your previous son." This statement caught Ash, as well as the rest of the group, completely by surprise. Did Giovanni just say her previous son? Wait. What? Ash cried in shock as he looked over at his mother. "I have an older brother. Ash, I'm not proud for keeping it a secret from you, but I did it in your best interest," Delia answered slowly. "Why would it be in my best interest to not even let me know I have a brother?" Ash asked in confusion. What was with all of the secrets so suddenly? "Ash, the father of your brother isn't the same as yours." "It isn't, Red," Delia muttered as tears came to her eyes. Then, who is it? Ash asked in a low tone. A growing sense of dread was growing inside of Ash as he began to sweat. He looked back and forth between Giovanni and his mother. The behavior between them was too suspicious. They clearly knew each other and Delia was calling the rocket boss by his first name. Also, there was the way Giovanni spoke so casually of his mother, how he knew her name, how he called her dear just a second ago. It couldn't be. Could it? Please. Just please say the father isn't. Ash, Giovanni and I, Delia trailed. Did Meowth get your tongue, Delia? Giovanni smirked when he saw Delia was unable to finish. Mom, Ash began. Delia shut her eyes tight as she couldn't bring herself to tell Ash. Delia stuttered. Since Delia finds herself unable to say anything, I will. The father of your older brother is none other than me, Giovanni said with a devious look. Ash's face paled upon hearing that. He suddenly felt completely sick. His mother and Giovanni were once intimate with each other. It could have been any other man in the world, but it had to be Giovanni. That almost made Giovanni his stepdad. Ash gave a look at his mother, but she was avoiding eye contact with him. You're lying, Ash muttered to Giovanni. I'm afraid I'm not, and there's more, Giovanni continued. Your mother and I dated for quite a while. We were even intimate enough to have child together. We both dreamed of one day controlling the world and making it our own. Your mother was quite the ambitious one 20 years ago. Huh? Ash exclaimed. That didn't sound like his mother at all. This had to be some sick joke to break him. However, as Ash continued looking at his mother, her averted gaze and sorrowful expression was all he needed to confirm that the dark man's words were true. Your mother and I were quite an ideal couple with many leadership capabilities. We had quite a following. It wasn't too long before we started forming a group with that following, Giovanni stated. A group? Ash echoed. His voice was quite shaky right now. He couldn't believe his mother used to be like this. She was such a gentle, kind, and loving woman. There was no way she would be on a quest for power or be with a man like Giovanni. Yes, a group, Giovanni confirmed. We used this group to start accomplishing our own ends to gain more power. It wasn't long before we needed a name for the group. Ash's eyes widened at this information as realization began to dawn on his face. That couldn't be true. Please don't confirm what he's thinking right now. No, Ash uttered. Brock, Misty, and Serena were completely dumbfounded so far. It had been quite shocking enough that Ash had an older brother, but to learn the father was Giovanni of all people. Now he was telling him his mother used to have a bad streak in her? Serena was affected the most out the three, having known Ash and his mother the longest. This was all too weird. Oh? Are you starting to understand now? Would you like to know what we called our group, Ash Ketchum? Giovanni asked with a malicious grin. We needed a name that symbolized power and speed. A name that people would come to fear. Our group would circle the earth and blast to new heights. We needed a name like Rocket. Ash's mouth began quivering. This wasn't happening. No. No, he whimpered. You still deny it? Fine. I'll spell it out for you. Your mother had a hand in creating Team Rocket. The very organization you hate. Giovanni revealed with glee. Mom, Ash stuttered as he turned to face her. Please say he's lying. Please say it isn't true. Delia finally faced Ash as tears were falling from her eyes. She had the guiltiest look a person could ever have on her face. The look on her son's face made her feel completely awful. There was only hurt and betrayal. Despite that, she knew she couldn't hide it any longer. It's true, she said quietly. That was enough to send Ash over the edge. He sank to his knees and began trembling violently. It was a lie. It was a lie. Despite how much Ash wanted to believe this was a disgusting joke, he knew in his heart that everything said was true. His mother helped create Team Rocket? How? He couldn't believe this. Ash felt extremely sick to his stomach. Unable to hold it back anymore, he fell over on his hands and knees and vomited. Ash! Serena cried as she ran forward and grabbed him for support. Pika Pie! Pikachu added as it looked at Ash in alarm, as well. Ash didn't even hear them, however. There was nothing more he wanted to do than to crawl in a hole and die right now. He was shaking as he felt his strength leaving him like he could pass out at any moment. This was too much to bear. Mom, Team Rocket, he muttered. Giovanni, meanwhile, continued to smile darkly at revealing this information to Boy. Seeing Ash broken like this completely thrilled him. What better way to end Ash's life than making Ash wish he were dead? Being the merciful man he was, Giovanni would grant that request in due time. Ash! Look at me! Serena cried as she cupped Ash's face in her hands and lifted them up so he was facing her. All she saw in those eyes was emptiness, like a zombie. Mom, Team Rocket, he muttered again. Ash! Please snap out of it! Serena yelled again as she began to cry. Nothing seemed to be working. It was like Ash completely lost it. He then began to show signs of shock. His skin was becoming ghostly pale and cold and his breathing extremely rapid and shallow. Misty and Brock had tears in their eyes as they watched. That was a severe blow to Ash by revealing that information. They had never seen anyone so devastated in their life. It didn't look like Ash was going to recover any time soon. Do you wish you were dead right now, Ash? I can arrange that, Giovanni mocked as he then gave menacing laugh at Ash's expense. The group turned and glared at the evil man once he said that. Serena heard enough. She was beginning to hate Giovanni just as much as Ash. He's actually mocking him and laughing at the state Ash is in right now. She didn't think anyone could get worse than Damien, but Giovanni was certainly competition for that. She stood up and faced Giovanni, while giving the angriest glare she could muster. How dare you! She screamed as she shook with rage. You are probably the worst human being on the face of this planet. I have always believed that there was some good in everyone, but you have certainly proved me wrong. You shouldn't even be allowed to exist. Everyone, including Giovanni, seemed to be taken back by Serena's words. They had never seen her get so angry or fired up before. It was a huge change from the sweet-natured girl they had all come to know. She was like a completely different person. Serena reached for her pokeball, and the blink of an eye sent out Charla. All of the Rocket members instantly raised their pokeballs and held them out, ready to release their Pokemon at any moment. Giovanni recovered from Serena's outburst and fixed Serena with a glare of her own. He then quit stroking his Persian and nodded to it. The classy cat Pokemon nodded back before leaping high of the platform onto the ground. Below, it stood in front of Charla and hissed threateningly at it as they began to circle one another. Charla glared back and gave a mighty roar. With that, the two Pokemon sprang at each other in an all-out brawl. As the Pokemon traded blows back and forth, Serena turned back and saw Ash still in the same state of mind as before. She knelt down while tears still fell from her eyes. Ash! You have to come back. She sobbed. Please. Ash didn't hear her, though. He had fallen too far. He didn't even notice the fight between Charla and the Persian going on. He didn't even remember where he was. There was only one thought on his mind right now. I want to die, he uttered in barely more than a whisper. No. Serena screamed as she did something she never thought she would do. She reeled her hand back as far as it would go and slapped Ash across the face as hard as she could. Ash's face jerked a complete 90 degrees from the force of Serena's slap. His eyes were as wide as dinner plates as he slowly turned around once more to face Serena. He was looking at her like she was ghost. "Serena," he managed out. "Don't say things like that," Serena yelled. "What happened in the past has no bearing on the present. What your mom once was doesn't mean she is like that now. She loves you." "Ash," his mother finally said for the first time in a while. Ash slowly looked up at her. His mother's face possessed almost as much devastation as Ash's for seeing her son go through this. She was hoping she would never have this part of her life make known to Ash, but her worst dream was now a reality. "I'm not proud of who I was. At the time, I had no idea Team Rocket would become the criminal organization it is today, and I didn't know Giovanni was going to be their leader. When I had our child, I changed. It was being a mother to where I couldn't expose my son to the horrible things Giovanni and I were doing. That is when I took him and ran away from Giovanni, and that's how I met your father, Red, after so many years. He had a wonderful influence on me and loved Giovanni's and my child as if it were his own. He changed me for the better. It's because of him that I am who am now," Delia explained. "Dad," Ash muttered. Ash stared in surprise. It was like all this time his father never really cared about his family, but if what his mom said was true, it was actually quite the opposite. To love and change a person like his mom once was would take quite a special person, indeed. He suddenly found a new form of respect for his father that he had never had before. Maybe Red really did love them all, but still, what could be keeping him from seeing them all the time? "Ash, your father is a very great man, and I'm so glad I met him. Despite this, once your brother learned the truth that his father was the leader of Team Rocket, he ran away. I couldn't forgive myself if I went through something like that again. Please. I love you, Ash," his mother pleaded. The color began to return to Ash's face as he stared at Delia. His mother had been one of the kindest women he had known in his whole life. She didn't have a single bad bone in her body. As Ash looked into her eyes, he could see nothing but sincerity in them. There was no trace of deception or coldness or arrogance or of a woman who had helped form Team Rocket. There was only love. To top it off, it was because of his dad. "Mom, I love you, too," Ash finally said. Delia felt tears of happiness come to her eyes right now. "Oh, Ash. Thank you. You truly are a wonderful son," she cried. Cassidy and Butch, however, had enough of Delia's talking. Cassidy punched her in the stomach, which caused Delia to grunt over to pain. "Shut up, you wench. Your talking is getting on my last nerves. Know your place and the situation you are in. Just because you were once with our boss doesn't mean we will show you mercy," she barked. Ash narrowed his eyes at the sight of Cassidy punching his mother. He gritted his teeth as he turned back to Giovanni. He didn't care if there were several rockets who were pointing their pokeballs at him. He was going to rescue her if it was the last thing he ever did. Completely forgetting about the crushing news he received earlier, Ash only had one focus: to stop Giovanni. Giovanni himself was rather caught off guard that Ash had managed to recover. He was sure that the news of the truth between him and his parents would be enough to break him, but because of that girl, Serena, he had found his way back. She needed to be taught a lesson. "Persian. Go for the girl," he ordered. Persian turned to look at its master briefly before launching a hyper beam at Charla. The fire lizard launched a flamethrower to try to counter the attack, but the power of the Hyper Beam was actually able to push past the flamethrower and collide with Charla, knocking it backwards. It seemed that Giovanni's Persian wasn't just used for pampering. It was a lot stronger than it looked. It then turned on Serena, whose eyes widened. Persian let out a low hiss and sprang at her, ready to sink its claws into her flesh. Pikachu and Cubone immediately darted for the Persian as fast they could. Brock and Misty went to move, but Jesse, James, and Meowth grabbed them and held them back. They were trying to reach Serena in time, but that Persian was quick. They weren't going to make it. Serena then felt herself pushed away quite awkwardly. Ash had run into her at full force and knocked her quite a bit of distance away. He wasn't about to let her get harmed. The Persian, upon seeing this, attempted to redirect itself back at Serena, but couldn't get far enough. Instead, it ending up slashing Ash's right arm before landing on the ground. Ash screamed in pain as the Persian's claws scraped across his skin. He grasped his arm before falling forward. The Persian, meanwhile, had recovered from landing. It was about to go for Serena again, but Pikachu and Cubone were there by this time. Charla had also recovered from the Hyper Beam. Pikachu! Pikachu cried as it launched its thunderbolt. Cubone! Cubone yelled as it threw its bone for a bone meringue. Charla roared before launching another flamethrower at the Persian for daring to harm Serena and injuring Ash in the process. The three attacks soared through the air and stuck Persian at the exact same time. The classy cat Pokemon screeched in pain before it was blasted backwards into a wall. It then slumped to the ground, knocked out. Ash! Serena cried again as she ran for him. Charla, Pikachu, and Cubone doing the same. "I'll be fine," Ash grimaced. "It's just a scratch." "That isn't just a scratch. Look at how you're bleeding," Serena cried. "I'm okay as long as you are," Ash reassured, despite himself clutching the wound with his opposite hand. Serena was about to protest more, until they all heard the clicking of guns. The group turned to see all the rockets had replaced their pokeballs with guns. Their fingers were on the trigger and looked ready to pull them at any moment, which caused the group's face to pale. They were seconds away from ending the life of the four preteens in the room. "Enough," Giovanni growled, now shaking. "This has dragged out long enough. You need to be dealt with now. One wrong move, and there will be so many bullets through all of you that no one will recognize you." The group stood frozen on the spot. Jesse, James, and Meowth had now grabbed Brock and Misty before bringing them in submission. They knew the two weren't going to try anything now that the boss has given them orders to kill if necessary. Butch still had the gun pressed against Delia's forehead while Cassidy twisted her arm behind her back, ready to break Delia's arms if she moved or spoke again. The only two people not in submission were Ash and Serena. Giovanni smirked now that he was back in control of the situation. "You certainly are an interesting one, Ash. I haven't had an opponent like you in quite a while. You are just like that wretched Red. In fact, why don't we make a proposition?" Ash narrowed his eyes. Giovanni was wanting to negotiate now. "You are aiming to enter the Pokemon League, and I am a gym leader. You would have to face me anyway to enter the Pokemon League. Why don't we have our official Pokemon gym battle, a full 6-on-6? Giovanni suggested. This caught Ash completely off guard. What was going on? Giovanni wanted to have a gym match with him. There had to be a catch. "Oh, don't get me wrong. This is definitely a fight for your life," Giovanni added as if reading Ash's thoughts. His evil grin then widened. "Why don't we raise the stakes a little bit?" Ash raised his eyebrows as he continued to glare at Giovanni. "What did you have in mind?" Ash uttered. "Well, of course, if you win, the Earth badge is yours. Is there anything else you would like? Perhaps the release of your mother?" Giovanni gestured to Delia, who was daring not to move a muscle. In spite of the still stinging pain in his arm, Ash took a deep breath in an effort to quell it and looked at the man he hated so much. So this man wanted to play games, did he? If he was asking Ash for anything, Ash was going to make sure he regretted it. Even if Delia was released, that didn't mean they wouldn't come after her again. He needed to make sure to get rid of this criminal organization once and for all. If I win, I want you to disband Team Rocket forever, and never show you face again, Ash growled. Everyone in the room gasped in complete shock at Ash's outrageous request. Was he actually telling the leader of a criminal gang to permanently disband the group if he won? Was he insane? How dare you make that suggestion, you little brat? Butch roared as he now pointed his gun away from Delia to Ash in preparation to shoot him, but was interrupted. It's fine. Don't shoot him, yet, Giovanni said calmly. He gave Ash a very curious glance. Here was a boy whom he hated with every fiber of his being. Despite not being his child, Ash reminded Giovanni a lot of himself when he was Ash's age. Giovanni had wanted to be a strong Pokemon master, as well. Here he was now, a leader of a criminal gang. That was an extremely bold statement to come from the boy. It actually amused the dark man. Ah ha 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 ha. That certainly is a brave declaration, Ash Ketchum, Giovanni laughed. I would almost be ashamed if I didn't accept those terms. Fine. If you win, I will disband Team Rocket as you ask. Boss. Jesse asked in confusion. Surely you aren't going to give in to the request of a twerp like this. HMM, Giovanni chuckled as he ignored Jesse's comment. Of course, because you are asking me to give up a great deal, I have to request something large, as well. And there will be no going back. You have to accept the terms. Ash's bravery instantly evaporated at Giovanni's tone. He felt like he was making a big mistake. Whatever the dark man was wanting in exchange if he won couldn't be good. If I win, first, I will kill Delia right in front of your eyes, Giovanni said. Next, I will kill the girl, and finally all of the rest of your friends. You, however, will be kept alive and given the worst treatment of any prisoner possible. You will be kept the bare minimum to stay alive and live with the guilt that everyone you cared about's lives are now gone because of you. You will suffer a fate worse than death. You will never escape us. Misty and Brock exchanged glances upon that and looked at Ash in a pleading way. Ash felt a lump in his throat at Giovanni's words. He suddenly felt very afraid. He remembered how strong Giovanni had been at the Sylph Company. How only one of his Pokemon absolutely crushed Ash's entire team. What if Giovanni was even stronger now? He couldn't bet on his friends' and family's lives like this. There was no way. I can never agree to those terms. These are people's lives. I can't place a bet on them. Ash yelled. I'm afraid you don't have a choice. I told you that you couldn't go back now after requesting something so great from me. Unless I disagree with your terms, as well, this can't be undone. Of course, if you don't want to do this, I can have my team kill you all right now. Don't forget who is holding all of the cards here, Giovanni said as he leered at Ash. Ash shut his eyes tight. He had done it again. Ash didn't know if the terms of the gym battle would have been different or not if he accepted to raise the stakes. Regardless, Ash knew that this was going to be a battle of life or death, and he didn't think he could do it. How could he have been so stupid? He knew this was a trap, but if he stayed at Professor Oak's lab then his mother surely would have been killed. It looked like it was the only thing left to do. Now with Blue, Rose, and Yellow not knowing the situation and Riley in the hospital, there was no one to save him this time. There was truly no way out. Ash Ash looked up to see Serena giving him a hard look. Unlike Ash, who looked absolutely helpless, Serena's eyes shone full of determination. "I know you can win," she said. "I have faith in you. Me, Cubone, Charla, Brock, Misty. You've never let us down before, and I know you aren't going to now." "But," Ash started, but Serena held her hand up to stop him. "You aren't going to lose to a man like Giovanni," Serena said. "Your Pokémon are here for you. We all are. You can do this." He then turned to Brock and Misty. They nodded their heads despite the situation. They were still behind Ash all the way. Ash looked down at the Pokeballs of Charizard, Tauros, Primeape, Wordurtle, and Bulbasaur. They all wiggled in response as if to show their support. Somehow, Ash felt all of his other Pokémon at Professor Oak's lab knew what was going on and support him, too. Krabby, Mook, Hitmonchan, Pidgeotto, Dratini, and Aerodacty, he could feel their energy with him. Finally, Ash looked down at his first Pokémon, Pikachu. The rodent stared back at Ash that showed it was going to fight to the death for Ash. It wasn't about to lose to an evil man like Giovanni. "Guys." Ash trailed before the determination returned to his eyes. He could do this. Team Rocket was not going to hurt his friends anymore. "All right. I'll battle you," Ash said to Giovanni with a glare. "My bond with my Pokémon is much stronger than yours will ever be. We have traveled across Kanto together. We have ate, trained, and been in life-threatening situations together. You are going to see firsthand how Pokémon are meant to be treated. They aren't just tools. Are you now? Well, go to the other side of the gym and stand in your box. We shall start our 6-on-6 match now," Giovanni declared. He then called to Archer standing off to the side. "Archer." "Sir." The Rocket executive responded, snapping to attention. "You shall be the judge of this match," Giovanni barked. "Yes, sir." Archer responded before hurrying down the platform to stand in the center of the battlefield. Ash, Serena, Pikachu, and Cubone, meanwhile, had walked over to where the challenger was supposed to stand for matches. As soon as they made it over there, Ariana grabbed Serena from behind and brought her into submission. Cubone went to throw its bone, but the gun pointed at it by a nearby rocket grunt instantly made it freeze. Its eyes began to water as it recalled painful memories. That weapon was what had killed its mommy. It whimpered in fear before the grunt grabbed Cubone roughly and completely immobilized it in his strong grip. "Serena." "Cubone." Ash called. Charla roared and made to go towards them, but several guns rang out as a warning. "Return your Pokémon," Ariana warned. "It isn't needed for the match. You're very lucky we haven't shot you or that Charizard yet." Serena nodded slowly and reluctantly returned the fire lizard. It looked like it wanted to protest, but knew there was no other way. Upon seeing the Pokémon was gone, Ariana smirked. She then noticed Ash glaring hard at her and glared back. "Don't look at me like that, brat. We need to make sure the playing field is even. That includes containing all distractions, including this girl and her Pokémon," she shouted. "I'll be fine, Ash," Serena whispered. Ash grimaced before tearing his eyes away from Serena. He couldn't stand to see her in a submission hold like that, but he knew he couldn't argue. They were all playing by team Rocket's rules. He slowly looked back up at Giovanni to signal he was ready. "I'm not going to lose to you," Ash muttered. "Chew." Pikachu added. "Ha ha ha ha. Yes. We shall see what the world's will is, won't we? Will the young boy from Pallet Town prevail, or the world's greatest Pokémon trainer, Giovanni?" Giovanni stated. "This will be an official Pokémon gym battle between the leader, Giovanni, and Ash Ketchum. It will be a full 6-on-6 battle. All Pokemon will fight until they can't anymore. The trainer with Pokemon left standing at the end will declare the winner. Archer announced. He then turned to Ash. You may choose your first Pokemon. Ash had no idea what kind of Pokemon Giovanni specialized in. All he knew was that Radon he faced back at Sylph Company and the now knocked out Persian. What else could he train? Going on instinct and finally deciding who to go with first, Ash sent out his first Pokemon. Go, Wartortle! He yelled as he threw it. The turtle Pokemon emerged from the Pokeball with a cry. It was going to fight with everything it had. It knew the gravity of the situation. It stood defiantly and waited for its opponent to appear. A Wartortle? Is that what you are going to use to face me? Giovanni mocked before choosing his first Pokemon. He reached into his orange coat and revealed a Pokeball. Before opening it, I choose Dugtrio. A Pokemon that looked like a combination of 3 Diglett of different sizes appeared. It looked like quite the hostile Pokemon and glared at Wartortle, who glared back. Are the trainers ready? Archer asked as he raised his hands in the air. Ash clenched his fists as his muscles tensed. This wasn't only going to be the battle for his 8th badge. It was going to be the fight for his life. Everything depended upon it. All traces of his fear were gone and replaced with nothing but solid will and determination. He refused to let it end here. He was not going to lose. He then projected a statement at the man he hated so much with every bit of his fury. Giovanni! Ash yelled. For the sake of everyone in this room and the entire region of Kanto, I'm not going to let you terrorize us anymore. Most importantly, I'll never let you hurt my friends or family again. I swear I'm going to stop you. Giovanni's grin widened. Despite being partway in the shadows, he was clearly amused. Then why don't you prove it? He sneered. Oh, how he would. Archer then brought his hands down. As soon as that happened, it was like an explosion of emotion went throughout the room. Brock and Misty watched, completely transfixed. And silently praying for Ash. Cubone watched its surrogate parent worriedly. Pikachu's cheeks sparked at the battle that was going to take place. Wartortle crouched down, prepared to attack as soon as its trainer commanded it. Delia bit her lip, and her eyes watered that her son was in a situation like this. Despite this, she knew he had it in him to do this. Finally, there was Serena. She was completely focused on Ash. He was amazing, and she knew she could believe in him like she always has. This was it. All eyes were on the two combatants, friend and foe alike. It might as well have been the deciding match between good and evil. Begin. Archer declared. Chapter 46, The Final Badge, Part 1. The Team Rocket base was deserted right now. That was, at least, save for 2 people. Gary Oak and Leaf Green were all alone in a prison cell within the base. Once Team Rocket heard their base had been found out by the Kanto champion, Blue, they fled because no doubt this place would be flooding with police soon. However, what the police didn't know was that they rigged this base with hidden explosives. They all then fled to the Viridian City gym and left Gary and Leaf to die in the ensuing explosion as soon as help arrived. Gary slammed his fists on the bars of the prison cell in frustration for the umpteenth time. His teeth were gritted and his eyes were close to watering. Not the incredibly arrogant boy he usually was, Gary knew the situation was completely hopeless. Even if help did arrive, the bombs were going to go off once they came. Leaf was sitting against the corner of the cell with her legs pulled up close to her stomach and her arms wrapped around them. Like Gary, she believed the situation to be hopeless. They had been given only bread and water since they were captured by Team Rocket 2 days ago. They weren't extremely weak yet, but they weren't at full health. either. Now that they were gone, she didn't know if they were going to die from hunger and thirst or the explosion first. She and Gary were dead either way. I can't believe it's going to end like this because of me. Gary shouted as he leaned his head against the bars after banging his hands against them. Gary, it isn't your fault. No one could have known that the Viridian City gym leader was the head of Team Rocket, Leaf muttered sadly. I should have realized it, though. Gary argued. I knew his voice sounded familiar, but I was too caught up in my pride to think about it. Leaf didn't respond as she just gave another sigh. It wasn't right for Gary to fully take the blame for himself. She sensed something very evil about the man, too, once she entered the gym. However, she didn't voice her concerns to Gary. She doubted he would have listened, but even so, she should have said something. The worst part was I got you involved, Gary continued as he turned around with a huge look of regret. You had no part in interfering with Team Rocket's schemes, yet they captured you because you were with me. They didn't capture your cheerleaders, though, Leaf pointed out with a hint of contempt in her voice, but Gary didn't catch it. Yet. I thought for sure those ladies would have rushed to the police when they were thrown out of the gym, but apparently, all they did was flee for their lives. They didn't even seem to care we were in danger. Gary exclaimed. They had followed me all throughout the Kanto region but didn't even bother to help us when I really needed them. I hate to say this, Gary, but this just shows they never cared about you as a person, just your achievements, Leaf muttered. Gary slumped down next to Leaf and rested his chin in his palm. To think I finally thought people actually cared about me, he mumbled. What do you mean? Leaf asked while giving Gary a questioning look. Well, you know, I was mainly by myself growing up in my house. My grandpa was always at the lab with my sister soon following. My dad is always at the Pokemon League Corp. And my mother is, you know, Gary trailed. They never had time for me, so I became such a stuck-up, arrogant jerk to everyone around me. He then laughed bitterly. They actually thought it was because I was proud to have a famous grandpa and father. Truthfully, I would like nothing more if they were normal so they would have time for me, too. Leaf gave Gary a sympathetic expression. This was one of the few times Gary was being completely genuine. It seemed being close to the end of your life completely shattered. Any walls you built in around yourself? Leaf, is it selfish of me to think that? Gary asked as he turned to her. To wish my family was just an ordinary family so they would have time for me? I've never said this to anyone, but I'm sometimes worried that I won't live up to my family's reputation. Everyone expects me to be exceptional because of my dad and grandfather. I don't think it's selfish, Leaf replied while shaking her head. I honestly don't blame you for wanting a normal life. It probably is a lot of pressure to try to live up to your family's reputation. Yeah, and now I'm going to die at the hands of a criminal organization like Team Rocket. All anyone is ever going to remember me by is that I was a jerk, Gary grimaced as he actually began to have tears form in his eyes. It's true that you act like a jerk sometimes, but you really do have real friends, Leaf said as she put her hand on Gary's back. Like those cheerleaders, Gary spat. Leaf frowned deeply upon hearing that. Gary could be just as dense as Ash sometimes. No, I mean Ash, Serena, your Pokemon, and me. Please. I acted like a creep to all of you, especially Ash, Gary rebutted bitterly. He didn't buy it. I mean it, Gary. You really were our friend. If we didn't like you, we never would have played or talked to you before, Leaf said. Even with the way I acted? Gary asked again as he raised a questioning eyebrow at Leaf. It's true we would get angry or annoyed by you when you acted like you were better than all of us, but we never hated you, or at least, I didn't, Leaf explained. Really? Gary asked in a surprised tone. Yes. Really? You never needed a fan club to make you feel like you were worth something, Gary, Leaf said while giving Gary a warm smile. You have friends in Ash, Serena, and me. We don't like Gary Oak, the son of the famous Blue Oak and grandson of Professor Oak. We like Gary Oak, our friend who adores all of his Pokemon. Gary cast a look towards his Pokeballs that were on the other side of the bars in a corner. If there was one thing he never showed any arrogance to, it was his Pokemon. He loved them with every ounce of his being, and they definitely loved him back. Up until now, he thought his Pokemon were the only ones he could let his guard down around. He thought they were his only true friends, but Leaf just said that she liked him all along, too, and even Ash and Serena. Maybe he wasn't as alone as he thought. Gary then smiled despite himself. Heh, what are you trying to make me weepy-eyed with all of those cheesy things you're saying? Gary asked with a smirk. Leaf made a pouting face at Gary. Jerk. I'm just teasing you, Leaf, Gary replied with a laugh before softening his gaze. Thank you. Really? I thought all of you ever did was just tolerate my presence. I didn't know any of you actually like me. You're welcome, Gary. Why don't you cut out the fake prideful jerk act from now on? Leaf suggested. I just wish it didn't take me until the end of my life for me to realize this. If only I had a second chance, I would make things right, Gary said with regret etched into his face. Leaf then softly grabbed Gary's hand. I won't leave, Gary. I promise I'll stay here right beside you until the end. Gary looked down at Leaf holding his hand and felt a feeling he never felt before around Leaf. This was new. Did it get warm in here all of a sudden? Gary then looked up at the brown-haired girl. Leaf. Crash. Both Leaf and Gary jumped in surprise at the sound. At first they thought the bombs had gone off and they would be dead in seconds, but it never came. Come to think of it, it didn't sound like an explosion anyway. It sounded like someone beating against the door to the room that led to their cells. What is that? Leaf wondered in confusion as she and Gary watched with wide eyes at the door. Her question was soon answered, however, when the door was busted down as an Arcanine came through the door, but it wasn't Gary's. Following the Arcanine in was Blue and Yellow and Rose, too, after him. Mom! Leaf cried with tears of joy as jumped up from the floor and ran to the edge of the cell. Gary merely stared in surprise. He couldn't believe they were here. Leaf! Rose exclaimed as she hurried to the bars of the cell and hugged her daughter even though bars separated the two. You're both okay? Gary then got up from the floor, too, and walked towards the adults. How did you find us? We were going on a hunch that you had been captured by Team Rocket when you never came home from the Viridian Gym, Blue explained. We came to find you and take out Team Rocket, but it looks like they heard of us coming and got away. At least you two are here and safe. I heard them say they were all going to the Viridian City Gym. Why would they want to go there? Leaf asked once she dried her tears. Blue crossed his arms as he looked deep in thought. That definitely proves once and for all that Giovanni, the boss of Team Rocket, really is the Viridian City Gym leader. I say we head over there and pay him a little visit for doing this to our kids. Right, but let's get you two out of here first, Rose said as she went over to the lock before pulling out a pin. After a couple of seconds, the lock clicked and the door swung open. Wow, I thought the locks on a criminal organization base would have been harder than that, Rose scoffed. Leaf couldn't help but smile at her mother as she came out of the cell first. It seemed after all these years, she was just as sneaky and mischievous as she was when she was younger. Gary was next as he walked out of his cell. He was really surprised when he was immediately pulled into an embrace by Blue afterward. It wasn't too often his father showed him affection like this. Dad. Gary questioned as he looked at Blue in confusion. I'm really glad you're safe, son. You have no idea how worried I was, Blue said. I don't know what I would have done if I lost you. Dad, Gary trailed as he felt tears come to his eyes. Gary, look at me, Blue said as he stooped hugging his son and placed his hands on Gary's shoulders. I love you. I know it isn't easy, and I don't get to see you as much as I would like, but I think of you every day and wonder how you're doing. It's true, Gary, Yellow said gently. Blue was devastated when he learned you were missing. Gary finally felt the tears fall freely from his face. He didn't care if he looked ridiculous right now. He didn't care that he was doing this in front of everyone. All this time, he had some stupid fan club and cheerleading squad following him around who didn't give a rat's butt about his well-being. Here, though, were friends and family who really cared about him. That's what he really wanted. Dad, I love you, too, Gary replied. I hate to interrupt, but we shouldn't stay here long, Rose spoke up, even though she was smiling. We still have to give a little payback to Giovanni and the other Rockets. Wait a second, Leaf suddenly said as a questioning look appeared on her face. How did you guys even make it in here? Team Rocket littered the place with bombs the second anyone would enter the building. The three adults looked at each other and smiled. Heh. That's true. We would have been dead if it wasn't for some idiot who always turns up at the most random moments. I swear, to this day, I still wonder how he gets his information and knows what's going on despite never being around, Blue replied with a smirk as he stuffed his hands into his pockets. Who was it? There's someone else here, Gary asked. As if to answer his question, the group heard footsteps coming down the hall. Gary and Leaf tilted their heads in curiosity as the footsteps got closer. Soon, the person in question emerged into the room and Gary and Leaf's mouths hung open. They recognized him immediately despite hardly ever seeing him in person. He looked a lot like a good friend of theirs, only older. Leaf and Gary gasped in astonishment. Use Skull Bash, Warderdle! Ash cried. Warderdle gave a mighty cry before withdrawing its head and leaping into the air and shooting towards Doug Trio like a bullet. Heh heh. Hide underground, Doug Trio, Giovanni told it. Doug Trio pulled its head in immediately as Warderdle sailed right over it. It was almost inhumane how fast Doug Trio was. It was then Ash remembered a Doug Trio can pull its head into the ground at almost the speed of sound. It would be impossible to attack it from above like that. Warderdle halted its skull bash and looked around for any sign of Doug Trio. It tried to feel movement underneath its feet, but felt nothing. Be careful, Warderdle. I know Doug Trio is fast, but you might be able to tell when it will pop up. Ash warned. You think I'm foolish enough to have my Doug Trio appear underneath your Warderdle? Know who you are facing. Use Rock Slide, Doug Trio. Giovanni smirked. A series of rocks then flew out of the hole Doug Trio dug into the gym floor, taking Warderdle and Ash completely by surprise. Each rock struck Warderdle, causing it to yell in pain and stumble backwards with each respective hit. Now use Magnitude, Giovanni ordered. The ground then began to shake violently underneath Warderdle, causing it to lose its balance. Warderdle was falling over constantly, but every time it would pick itself up, it would just fall over again. Ash knew Magnitude was a move of varying power, and this one must have been on the stronger side. Now use Dig since that Warderdle is off balance, Giovanni said confidently. The ground then exploded underneath Warderdle as it was shot high into the air. The Doug Trio then immediately hit underground once more. Warderdle! Ash cried as the turtle Pokemon landed on the ground in pain. Think, Ash, he said to himself. Warderdle's attacks are useless as long as Doug Trio is hiding underground. There has to be something that will keep it above, But what? Wait. Warderdle's a water type. I can use that to my advantage. Warderdle gave another groan of pain as it shakily stood up. It had already taken a good deal of damage, and the battle hadn't even been going on that long. Have you had enough, Ash? I could be merciful and end this battle now to save your Pokemon. You will never beat me. Giovanni mocked. Oh yeah. Watch this. Ash retorted. Warderdle, use water gun inside of the hole that Dugtrio dug. Warderdle understood what's trainer meant as it ran over to where the hole was before peering over and shooting an enormous amount of water into it. Realizing what was going on, Giovanni narrowed his eyes and quickly told Dugtrio to use Rock Slide once more. A stream of rocks erupted from the hole again, pushing through the water and striking Warderdle in the face. Warderdle cried in pain as it held its soft face with its hands. Those rocks really hurt. The damage from the water had already been done, however. Soon enough, Dugtrio emerged from the ground, seeming to cough violently at the water that was now filling up its underground chamber. It couldn't hide underground anymore. Now that we know, Dugtrio isn't going to hide anymore, use Hydro Pump. Ash yelled. Sucker Punch, Giovanni countered. Warderdle jumped into the air and withdrew into its shell to prepare for Hydro Pump, but it didn't expect Dugtrio to almost seemingly disappear. Warderdle gave a startled look until Dugtrio appeared right in front of it and rammed into Warderdle with its three mole-like bodies. Warderdle sailed through the air and landed on the ground once again. Of course. Sucker Punch allows the user to always go first as long as its opponent uses an attacking move. Giovanni has a counter for everything. Ash thought. He hated to admit, but Giovanni was a very strong trainer. Use Rapid Spin and turn it into a spinning tackle. Ash yelled. Tor, TLE, Warderdle panted. It was sweating now at how much damage it was taking. It was like it couldn't even land a hit at all no matter what it did. This was definitely one of the toughest opponents it's ever faced. It was even stronger than the Rapidash it fought when it first evolved. Nevertheless, Warderdle tucked its limbs and head into its shell before spiraling through the air. Maybe its shell would protect it this time should that Dugtrio use Sucker Punch again. Use Sucker Punch again, Giovanni ordered. Just as it and Ash thought. Dugtrio appeared before Warderdle could attack it again and rammed its bodies into Warderdle once more, but the turtle Pokemon held firm this time. It gritted its teeth from inside the shell and pushed forward, smacking the Dugtrio in the tallest face. Warderdle then came out of its shell, ready for Ash to issue another command, which he did. Use Water Gun. Ash yelled. Warderdle took a deep breath from behind while Dugtrio was stunned, blew a jet of water from its mouth, striking the digging mole Pokemon square in back. Try-o! The Pokemon yelled from the super effective hit. Let's try a Hydro Pump once more. Ash yelled. Earth Power! Giovanni shouted. Dugtrio recovered surprising quickly from such the super effective attack, and its eyes seemed to glow blue for a moment. Before Warderdle could use the attack, the ground erupted from underneath Warderdle and blasted it into the air. Bits of mud and debris were flying into Warderdle, causing even more damage. Now use Rock Slide once more, Giovanni smirked. Trio! The triple mole Pokemon yelled as it summoned a plethora of rocks once more and made them fly towards the turtle Pokemon. Warderdle tried to hide in its shell to minimize the damage from the rocks, but there were too many. It was struck by everyone due to it trying to recover from Earth Power and unable to dodge. The Pokemon landed on the ground while still inside its shell. Warderdle! Please let me know you're okay. Ash yelled. Slowly, Warderdle came out of its shell. The only problem was that it was covered with bruises and unable to get up. It had no energy left. Warderdle is unable to battle. Archer declared. Ash clenched his hand into a gentle fist. Things were already starting off bad. Giovanni had soundly beaten his first Pokémon even though Ash had the type advantage. He was going to need every trick up his sleeve if he hoped to come out of this battle alive. He looked down at his fallen Wartortle. His Pokémon had given everything it had. Despite its condition, it was still trying to get up and fight more, but even Wartortle knew its situation was hopeless. I admire your Pokémon's spirit, but I believe our judge declared it unable to battle, Giovanni smirked. Why don't you take care of that cheater, Dugtrio? Dugtrio then rushed forward and began ruthlessly attacking the helpless Wartortle. It was just being a complete bully right now. Ash's eyes widened as he ran to help his Pokémon, but several of the Rocket members rose their guns once again to prevent Ash from moving. He had no choice and hastily got out his Pokeball. Wartortle, return! Ash cried, shocked at the display as he quickly returned the Pokémon. Ash glared at Giovanni. You creep! I can't believe you attacked a Pokémon that was already unable to battle. If my judge declares a Pokémon down, then it better stay down, or I will introduce it to a world of pain. Giovanni growled back. Serena's lip formed in a tight line and she glared as she was held in Ariana's grip. That was an extremely low thing to do. Giovanni knew that Wartortle wasn't going to be able to battle again. Ash just hadn't had a chance to return it yet. Even so, he still mercilessly continued to attack Wartortle. He truly was an evil and horrible man. There would be absolutely no justice in Giovanni winning this match. She wanted to shout at the man again, but thought better of it. The woman holding her did have a gun, after all. Ash stared sadly at Wartortle's Pokeball. I'm sorry, Wartortle. I know you tried your best, but don't feel bad. You deserve a good rest, he said. Taking a big sigh, he went through a few more options in his head. He didn't want to use Charizard, Tauros, or Primeape as they were major powerhouses. He didn't want to send Pikachu out against a tricky ground type like Dugtrio, either, so he had one option. Bulbasaur. I choose you! Ash yelled. The bulb dinosaur-like Pokémon came out with a cry of Bulba and landed on the gym floor, ready to battle. It seemed to blow smoke from its nose and glared at Dugtrio. It really wanted a piece of this Pokémon for harming its turtle buddy the way it did after it was already injured enough. Resume the match, Archer declared. Use Razor Leaf, Ash yelled. Het. Move out of the way of that attack. Show your speed, Giovanni said. Even though Dugtrio was unable to hide underground anymore because of the water, it was still very swift to dodge and could move through the gym floor very quickly. Use Sand Tomb, Giovanni commanded. Jump into the air to dodge it, Bulbasaur, Ash called. Bulbasaur quickly extended two vines from its bulb and slapped the ground with them to give itself a boost. It then shot high into the air as the sand tomb began to spin harmlessly below it. Now that you are in the air, use Stun Spore to sprinkle it all over the battle floor, Ash yelled. Bulbasaur then began to sprinkle brown powder throughout the room. It was spreading fast due to falling. The only way Dugtrio would have been able to avoid it was hiding underground, but that was impossible for it now. It had no choice but to take the Stun Spore. The brown powder fell all over the triple mole Pokémon as it got a strained expression on its face. It was now paralyzed. That was awesome, Bulbasaur, Ash praised. That should really slow down the speed of that Dugtrio. This isn't over yet just because Dugtrio is paralyzed. Use Rock Slide to knock that Bulbasaur out of the air, Giovanni shouted. Dugtrio then summoned another group of rocks and threw them towards Bulbasaur. The plant dinosaur's eyes widened as it saw the rocks coming towards it. It wasn't near as effective in the air. It tried to thrust itself out of the way of all the rocks while it was falling, but it couldn't dodge forever. One of the rocks managed to strike Bulbasaur. It was knocked to the ground, and that's the opening Giovanni wanted. Use Sand Tomb once more, he smirked. Watch out, Bulbasaur! Ash yelled. Bulbasaur was unable to jump out the air this time as it tried to stand up. The floor turned to sand and began to swirl around in a vortex. Bulbasaur was immediately pulled into its clutches as it began to go around and around inside the sand tomb. Try to break free, Bulbasaur! Ash cried, but it was no use. The sand tomb was too strong as Bulbasaur circled back and forth. The worst part was that it was slowly sinking into the attack. Because of the water that Wartortle had been spraying earlier, the gym floor had become wet, so the sand tomb was like quicksand now. Ash stared in horror as Bulbasaur was struggling its best to break free, but it was getting harder and harder due to more of its body going under every second. If it went completely under, there would be no saving it. It would be gone for good. He. You better return your Pokemon right now. I will have no sympathy if it suffocates and dies once it goes under the sand. That will be your own fault. Giovanni taunted. Ash shut his eyes as tears formed. First Giovanni was attacking his beaten Pokemon. Now he was essentially going to kill Bulbasaur if Ash didn't return it right now. Ash cracked his eyes and looked at Bulbasaur swirling around in the vortex. Only the top part of its forelegs and head were visible now. Knowing the situation was hopeless, Ash went to pull out his Pokeball to return his Pokemon, but then he stopped as an idea went off in his head. Bulbasaur could use its vines to latch onto something to pull itself out, but what? Ash hurriedly scanned the room to find something, anything for Bulbasaur to grab onto. His eyes then landed on the Doug trio. Simply sitting there watching, unable to move because of the paralysis. That was the target. Bulbasaur, use Vine Whip and grab a hold of Doug trio. Ash yelled. Bulbasaur let out a deep breath and shot out its two vines towards Doug trio. The Pokemon's eyes widened as it saw the Vine Whip coming closer. The vines then effectively wrapped around all three bodies of the Doug trio. That immediately halted Bulbasaur's sinking. The Doug trio then began to struggle to break free, which was pulling Bulbasaur out of the pit ever so slightly. That's it. Great job, Bulbasaur! Ash yelled. Heh. That doesn't help you. Use Slash to cut those vines away. Giovanni commanded. Leech Seed! Ash yelled. Bulbasaur then shot a glowing seed from the top of its bulb as it made a beeline straight for Doug trio before it could cut the vines. The seed landed on top of Doug trio's tallest body and immediately began to string out poisonous ivy. It wrapped around Doug trio even more than it already was from Bulbasaur's vines, stopping any attack. Its energy then slowly began to deplete as it struggled even more to break free. That was pulling Bulbasaur out of the pit even faster now. Finally, the plant dinosaur was able to get its two front feet out of the sand pit and onto solid ground. It then used the rest of its strength to pull itself out. It was panting heavily at having to use so much energy from trying to get out of the sand tomb, but otherwise okay. The group gave a silent sigh of relief that Bulbasaur was now out. They didn't voice their concerns, though, to avoid Team Rocket's wrath. Ash needed to continue his match. Bulbasaur still held onto Doug trio, though, to keep it from moving. Use Razor Leaf! Ash yelled. The Pokemon managed to shoot a flurry of leaves at Doug trio, but once more Giovanni beat him to it. Sucker Punch again! He said with narrowed eyes. The Doug trio's weakened state appeared in front of Bulbasaur and rammed into it again. Due to Bulbasaur being lighter than Wartortle was, it sailed through the air a lot farther, which ripped away the hold it had on Doug trio. After attacking, the mole Pokemon was immediately struck with the flurry of leaves as Bulbasaur soared through the air and hit the gym wall. It then fell to the ground while Dugtrio slumped over in defeat. Both Pokemon had been knocked out. Both Pokemon are unable to battle. Archer judged as he cast a glare at Ash for managing to beat one of Giovanni's Pokemon. Ash then turned to look over at his Bulbasaur and gave it a sad smile. He saw Bulbasaur trying to get back up as well despite having no energy left. They really were giving it their all for him. Knowing what happened last time with Wartortle, Ash called out to it. Bulbasaur, it's fine. You did enough. You're in no shape to battle, he said. Bulbasaur gazed at Ash. The raven-haired boy knew his Pokemon really were going the extra mile this time, but he still knew what he had to do. He slowly pulled out his Pokeball and returned Bulbasaur to its Pokeball. The poor Pokemon looked like it could barely stand but still wanted to fight. Even if it could, Archer had still declared it unable to fight, so he had to return it anyway. Ash looked at Bulbasaur's Pokeball in his hand and sighed. Thank you, Bulbasaur. You were able to take out Giovanni's Dugtrio. We got it because of your great determination. You take a nice rest, he told it before clipping it back to his belt. He then looked over at the man he hated as he wordlessly returned Dugtrio to its Pokeball. Ash glared at Giovanni for not praising Dugtrio, but he could honestly say he wasn't expecting it anyway. He needed to return to the situation at hand. Ash thought hard on who his next Pokemon could be. It certainly wasn't looking too good at the moment. It took both Bulbasaur and Wartortle to knock out even one of Giovanni's Pokemon, and they had a type advantage against it. Ash had no doubt Giovanni's Pokemon would continue to grow stronger as he went along. Then, there was that Radon he had used at Sylph Company, which was probably his most powerful Pokemon. Ash looked up from his thinking and sent out his third Pokemon. Primeape. I choose you, he yelled as he threw the ball forward. The pig monkey Pokemon appeared from its Pokeball and started hopping back and forth on each foot to pump itself up. It had trained extra hard for the match while it had been at Professor Oak's lab. It was going to show everyone how much stronger it had gotten since then. Ash's Hitmonchan and Serena's Hitmonlee had been great training partners for it. It had a slight urge to take Ash's hat to wear, but quickly pushed that thought aside. Now wasn't the time for games. It was here to win. Ha! So you choose a fighting type Pokemon now? I think I will choose one of my own now. See if your Primeape can handle this, Giovanni stated as he reached into his orange suit once again to withdraw a Pokeball. He then opened up and the red beam shot out to reveal a large, bipedal, extremely muscular Pokemon. It was light blue in color and had 4 arms with a power-safe belt covering its middle. In short, it looked to be the very definition of a bodybuilder. A Machamp, Ash muttered as he scanned it. Machamp, the superpower Pokemon and the evolved form of Machoke. These Pokemon are so powerful they can throw their victim clear over the horizon, said the Pokédexes. Ash frowned once he heard that. He had faced a Machoke a couple of times in the past, and they were hard enough to defeat. He could only imagine how tough its evolved form could be, especially if it was trained by Giovanni. Machamp loomed over Ash's Primeape and smirked. The pig monkey Pokemon wasn't intimidated in the least, however. It spat out a grunt at the Machamp and glared before pointing one of its fists at the superpower Pokemon as if to say, I'm going to take you down, baby. Begin. Archer shouted. Use cross chop. Ash shouted. Primeape gave a grunt and leaped at Machamp with its arms in an X shape. It would definitely prove it was the better fighting Pokemon. It wasn't going to lose to some Pokemon just because it had more muscles. Counter with your own cross chop, Machamp, Giovanni told it. Machamp held its ground, and like Primeape, crossed two of its forearms in an X shape. Primeape collided into Machamp as they each competed for dominance. Primeape began to sweat as it fought to overtake it. Primeape didn't want to admit it, but this Machamp was definitely stronger. It then saw Machamp smirk, and both it and Ash knew what was about to happen. Get away, Primeape. Machamp still has those extra two arms. Ash yelled. Primeape broke contact with the cross chop and leaped away just as Machamp swung an extra arm at it. Primeape suffered slight damage from Machamp winning over the cross chop battle, but it was better than suffering a punch to the face from one of the superpower Pokémon's monstrous arms. Primeape flipped in the air and landed on the ground on its hands and one knee. It was a minor setback, but it can still win. That was a good dodge, Primeape. Let's try a karate chop, now. Ash commanded. Once more, Primeape leaped at Machamp and brought its fish in downward motion, but like before, Giovanni and Machamp would counter it. Use karate chop, as well, Machamp, Giovanni smirked. The Machamp brought up one of its arms to block and used one of its other three to deliver a solid horizontal chop to Primeape. The pig monkey Pokémon was knocked to the ground and sent sprawling across the floor. Primeape felt like it was hit by a train from something powerful like a Machamp. Hang in there, Primeape. Ash encouraged. Primeape slowly got to its feet before shaking itself. It wasn't going to go down yet. Face it, boy. My Machamp has two extra arms it can attack with. Your Primeape can never hope to overpower or even guard against its attacks. You can't beat it, Giovanni said. Primeape heard those words and spat on the ground in disgust. It wasn't going to take garbage like that from some evil criminal. It would show him. It then tried to recall its training with Hitmonlee and Hitmonacan. What was it they saying about fighting multiple opponents? Lee, Serena's Hitmonlee was telling Primeape one day at Professor Oak's lab. It was explaining to it on how to fight multiple opponents. The key was to try not to take on all of them at once or else you would get overwhelmed. Instead, focus on one at a time, but still be aware of the surroundings and know where all of its opponents are. Make sure to still dodge if an attack is coming. As if to show an example, Hitmonlee began sending a flurry of kicks in Primeape's direction. Primeape began dodging the kicks flawlessly. That was until it saw from the corner of its eye Hitmonchan aiming a punch from Primeape's left side. Primeape reached out with its left arm and blocked the punch before once again focusing on Hitmonlee. It then finally saw an opening in Hitmonlee's kicks and leaped forward and knocked Hitmonlee to ground. Once it saw Primeape's progress, Hitmonlee nodded its head in approval. It then explained that Primeape could now focus on the other opponent, which would be Hitmonchan in this case. Hitmonlee knew there was no perfect strategy for taking out multiple opponents, but this would work in most situations. Primeape figured this would be a good time to use this strategy. Machamp was only one Pokémon, but those extra arms made it feel like it was facing two opponents. It then turned to Ash and nodded to him to let him know it was ready to go on and use the same strategy as before. Ash looked confused but trusted Primeape. Alright then, Primeape. Use cross chop once more. Ash called. Heh heh. I already told you. You can't overpower Machamp. Giovanni restated. Machamp once again blocked Primeape's cross chop with two of its powerful arms. As Primeape expected, it saw a third arm coming in for a right hook. Rather than jump out of the way this time, Primeape leaped on top of the arm Machamp was swinging. The superpower Pokémon was caught off guard by this and turned to face Primeape in surprise, but it had already charged up another cross chop and delivered a solid attack to Machamp's face. Machamp roared in pain and used its forearms to hurl Primeape off it. Primeape flew through the air and hit the ground quite hard, but it still knew that its attack did more damage to Macamp. Wow! That was awesome, Primeape. That training at Professor Oak's lab must be really paying off. Ash praised. Primeape grunted in agreement. By then, Macamp had recovered from the cross-chop and glared at Primeape, who glared back. Well, it looks like we need to go on the offensive now. Macamp, use submission, Giovanni ordered. Macamp then rushed towards Primeape, who held its ground. It raised its fists up, prepared for whatever Ash commanded it to do. Let Macamp get in close. Wait for my signal. Ash yelled. Primeape nodded its head and waited. Macamp was getting closer and closer with the intention of leaping at Primeape and hurling it into the ground. The superpower Pokemon would likely break Primeape's spine after using such a powerful attack from a Pokemon, but it knew Ash wasn't going to let that happen. Just as Macamp lunged at Primeape, Ash made his move. Slide underneath Macamp, and use low sweep. Ash called. Primeape did as it was told and slid forward underneath the large body of the airborne Macamp. The muscular Pokemon watched Primeape go from under it on the floor and tried to reposition its body, but it was unsuccessful. Primeape then lifted both its feet up and swept at Macamp's legs, completely knocking off balance and causing it to crash to the ground. Now use Mega Punch. Ash yelled next. Primeape leaped at the downed Macamp and delivered another punch to its face. Macamp attempted to swing at Primeape again with its forearms, but Primeape leaped out of the way, unharmed. You fool! What are you waiting for? Get that Primeape! Giovanni shouted to the Macamp. Ash glared at how Giovanni treated his Pokemon. Despite the Pokemon being quite bad themselves, he couldn't help but feel sorry for them. He wondered if they even wanted Giovanni to be their trainer. Macamp pushed itself off the ground and shook its head to regain its senses. Go in for another low sweep, Primeape! Ash hollered. Primeape rushed forward and prepared to sweep Macamp's legs from underneath it again. It saw two of Macamp's arms coming towards it and quickly moved to dodge them. It then saw a third arm coming for it and dodged that one, too. Wait, where was the last one? Primeape looked up and saw the fourth arm coming from right above it. Macamp astutely grabbed Primeape with its fourth arm and raised it up by one arm to be eye level with it. Primeape cursed itself for not looking up, as well. Hitmonlee and Hitmonchan had warned it about sneak attacks like that, too. He. Now we've got it. Use Mega Punch, Giovanni told Macamp. The muscular Pokemon reared one of its fists back and punched Primeape right in the middle part. Primeape gasped and screamed in pain. Those blows were incredibly powerful. It thought the situation was hopeless, but then it noticed Macamp was only holding Primeape by one of its arms, so it still had a free one. Big mistake. Ash must have realized it. 2. Use Karate Chop on the arm Macamp is holding you with. Ash yelled. Before Macamp could punch Primeape again, the pig monkey Pokemon swung its arm around in a downward arc and struck Macamp right on its hand. Macamp gasped from the attack and released its hold on Primeape. Ash made sure not to relent on the attacks, though. Use low sweep again. Ash shouted. Primeape slid forward and didn't give Macamp any leeway this time. Macamp once more was sent crashing to the ground on its stomach as its legs gave way. It was vulnerable. Once again. Use cross chop again. Ash continued. Primeape turned around and leaped into the air. It then descended upon Macamp and gave a solid blow to its backside. Macamp cried out in pain before swinging its arms again and punching Primeape before it could get away. Primeape was sent flying through the air and landed on the ground again. Both Pokemon then slowly got to their feet, panting heavily and staring defiantly at each other. Then, unable to take any more, Macamp fell to the ground, and Primeape remained standing. Humph! Macamp is unable to battle. Archer said in slight disgust. We did it, Primeape. You were awesome. Ash cheered. Pika Pika. Pikachu called to it also. Prime. Priam. Primeape cried in victory as it threw its fists into the air and pumped them up and down as a show of its strength. Serena, Brock, Misty, Delia and Kibone were extremely happy, as well, but held their tongues. They felt their rocket captors tighten their grips on them ever so slightly as a reminder to stay quiet. Ash figured that battle must have taken a lot out of Primeape despite how energetic it still appeared to be with its victory cries. It was then Ash decided to return it and give it a chance to rest so he could possibly use it later. Thanks a lot, Primeape. Return for now, Ash told it as he opened the Pokeball. Primeape nodded its head and allowed the beam to overtake it, and it was soon sucked back into the Pokeball while Giovanni wordlessly returned Macamp. You were great, Primeape. You evened up the match, Ash smiled to its Pokeball. It was then time to try to choose another Pokemon. Who should he use now? Charizard, Tauros, or Pikachu? Tauros was a leader of its pack and seemed quite strong. Ash also hadn't had the chance to battle with it yet. He then made his decision. Tauros. I choose you. Ash stated as he threw the ball forward to reveal the bull Pokemon. Tauros appeared and responded with a loud cry. This was its battle debut, and it was determined not to lose its first time. Upon seeing the Tauros, Giovanni smirked. Heh, a Tauros, how interesting. Tell me, Ash. Did you catch that Tauros from a herd of others? Yes I did. It was their leader, Ash responded as he raised his right eyebrow at the strange question. Why was he asking him this? I think you will be interested to know that I have a Tauros of my own. It was also the leader of a herd. I suggest we have them battle each other for their pride, Giovanni suggested as he brought his third Pokeball into view and released a Tauros, as well. Giovanni's Tauros appeared and gave a cry not too unlike Ash's. Upon seeing the opposing Tauros, Ash's Tauros narrowed its eyes and brought its head down low in preparation to attack. This was its pride as a Tauros on the line. That just doubled its determination to win. We'll show them that you are the better Tauros. Ash encouraged, the bull Pokemon nodding in response. Begin. Archer announced again. Use takedown, Tauros. Ash commanded. Use your takedown, as well, Tauros. Giovanni countered. Both Tauros charged at each other and collided head first. Appearing unharmed, they had their horns locked in with the other, trying to get an advantage. Giovanni's Tauros then began slowly push Ash's back. It then thrust its head upward, and Ash's Tauros was tossed over its head and onto the ground. The opposing Tauros then went over to Ash's and began stomping down on top of it with its hard hooves. Tauros let out pained cries with each successive blow. It was trying to push its opponent off of it, but the other was too powerful. Satisfied with the damage it did, Giovanni's Tauros then rammed into the fallen Tauros, sending it skidding across the floor several yards. Ash's Tauros picked itself up and panted. It had already taken a lot of damage, and the match had just begun. Ash grimaced as he thought about how strong all of Giovanni's Pokemon had been so far. It was clear that they were all stronger than his. His Pokemon just couldn't match their power and couldn't beat them by brute force alone. He would have to use strategy if he hoped to win. His battles with Giovanni's last two Pokemon had proven that much. Use work up. Ash called. Ash's Tauros then began to buck and stomp the ground several times to get its adrenaline going so its attack and speed would be increased. He. Use rage, Tauros. Giovanni commanded. Giovanni's Tauros gave mighty cry and began to charge around the room like a wild animal out of control, which wasn't too far from the truth. After picking up speed, the opposing Tauros began charging straight for Ash's. Tauros brought down its head and braced itself for what was likely a painful impact. It was expecting for Giovanni's Tauros to lock horns with it again, but it would have a slightly better chance due to workup. However, it was taken completely by surprise when the opposing Tauros changed directions and instead rammed it from the side. Ash's Tauros was sent sliding across the ground once more as Giovanni's gave a mighty cry and continued charging around the room. Ash berated himself as he should have seen that coming. He couldn't make any mistakes on this match and had to stay focused despite the overwhelming emotions. All of his friends and family's life depended on it. Tauros strained to pull itself back up as it tried to follow Giovanni's Tauros and the room. By now, it had circled back around and was coming for Tauros again. As Ash and Tauros waited for the opposing one to get closer, Giovanni said something they weren't expecting. "Use Hyper Beam," Giovanni smirked. Both Ash and Tauros's eyes widened as they saw their opponent open its mouth and charge of a glowing orb energy. If that attack connected, it would likely be an instant knockout for Tauros because of how much damage it's already taken. Ash knew telling Tauros to dodge right now would be futile. If Ash's Tauros moved out of the way of the other one, Giovanni's Tauros would simply change direction also and shoot it there. If Tauros hoped to dodge Hyper Beam, it would need to wait until it was already shot. It would be a close one though, as Giovanni's Tauros was coming straight at it. "Run in a straight line away from it, Tauros. Try not to change direction at any cost," Ash yelled. Tauros then turned tail and ran as fast as it could away from the other, trying to keep as straight as possible. It wasn't long before the Hyper Beam was fully charged up and was shot out by Giovanni's Tauros. Ash gritted his teeth and prayed Tauros was able to move away in time. "Dodge it, Tauros," Ash called quickly. If it avoided the attack, Tauros would need to rest and they would finally have an opening to retaliate. The Hyper Beam came closer and closer to Tauros. At the last second, Tauros made a leap of faith to its right. The Hyper Beam missed by just a few inches, and the wild bull Pokemon actually still felt the heat and intensity from the attack as it passed by. That was way too close. Ash breathed a sigh of relief that Tauros had dodged while Giovanni growled. As he turned to look at what Giovanni's Tauros was doing, he smiled when he saw it had slowed down significantly from how fast it was previously running. He nodded to Tauros, who nodded back. "Use Zen Headbutt," Ash called. Tauros charged with all of its might towards the other one. Giovanni's Tauros turned in its direction to meet it head-on, but because Ash's Tauros was hitting with Zen Headbutt, it hit with a lot more power. Giovanni's Tauros was knocked back by the force before stumbling and appeared absolutely immobile. It had flinched. Ash smiled at his luck before ordering his next attack. "Great, Tauros. Now use Takedown." The wild bull Pokemon nodded and charged once again at its stationary opponent. Tauros crashed into it, and Giovanni's Pokemon was sent flying through the air and onto the ground. It was then that it got up slowly for a change. Growling, "Use Giga Impact," Giovanni shouted. "Use your Giga Impact, Tauros. Show it that you are better," Ash yelled. The two Pokemon each gave another mighty cry before charging for each other once more. Ash's Tauros braced itself for what was going to be a painful head-on collision, literally. Both Ash and Tauros didn't think Giovanni would tell Tauros to switch position again after ordering such a powerful attack, and as expected he didn't. Both Tauros slammed into each other, and Ash and Giovanni could actually feel their power radiating from the enormously powerful attacks. It then became a battle of who could overpower the other. Ash's Tauros could tell right away that this Tauros was stronger than it was, but it wasn't going to let that stop it. Tauros was going to show that its will to win was much greater than the others. It wasn't just about pride. It was about really having a desire to win for its trainer. It knew how important this battle was, and it certainly wasn't going to back down so easily. Slowly but surely, it began to push the opposing Tauros back. "What is this?" Giovanni bellowed. "Keep at it, Tauros. You can do it," Ash encouraged. "Get underneath it, and flip that Tauros over your head," Giovanni ordered. Giovanni's Tauros tried to break off from the attack to get underneath Ash's Tauros again, but it didn't let that happen. Ash's Tauros brought its head down with it to keep it from moving, and the horns were firmly in place. It then gave cry as a signal to Ash. "Use takedown with everything you have and send that Tauros flying," Ash called. Tauros then began running despite having the opposing one trying to fight back. Giovanni's Tauros was being constantly pushed back and unable to fight it. Ash's Tauros's will was too big for it to handle. Tauros then gave a cry and a mighty push as it threw Giovanni's Tauros from the horn lock. It was sent flying through the air until it hit the wall of the pedestal where Giovanni was seated. It then fell to the ground before slowly trying to get up. Unable to fully stand, it fell to the ground once and was defeated. Archer glared once more before calling, "The gym leader's Tauros is unable to battle." "We did it, Tauros. I knew you were the better one," Ash praised. Tauros turned around and mooed happily in response before it suddenly fell over. That battle had really taken its toll on it. Knowing his Tauros needed to rest, Ash quickly returned it so he could save it for later. "Thanks a lot, Tauros. You deserve a break," he said to it. Ash knew he only had 2 Pokemon he hadn't used yet and needed somebody fresh. That left either Charizard or Pikachu. After a very rough start, Ash was ahead of Giovanni with the number of Pokemon left to fight, but he needed to make sure he stayed ahead. Considering Giovanni used a Dugtrio, and he also had a Radon, there was a good chance he specialized in ground types. If those were the remaining 3 Pokemon in Giovanni's arsenal, Pikachu would be at a huge disadvantage. He needed to use Charizard now for a test. "Go, Charizard!" Ash cried as he released the fire dragon. Charizard appeared from the Pokeball and stomped the ground, ready to fight for its trainer. It then looked around for any sign of Charla since it normally watched its battles. Upon seeing no sign of its girlfriend, it let a low growl at all of the rockets. The rockets raised their guns at Charizard, but it let out a puff of smoke before turning away from them. "I know it isn't good that Charla has to stay in its Pokeball, Charizard, but you really need to calm down. These rocket members won't hesitate to kill you if they think you are a threat," Ash warned. Understanding the truth of Ash's words, Charizard nodded its head once. It knew the gravity of the situation and would try its best in this match. It wasn't going to hold anything back. "Heh heh. That's a feisty Charizard you have there," Giovanni commented before sending out his next Pokemon. "Come out, Nidoqueen." The Pokeball opened to reveal a large, blue, bipedal Pokemon somewhat resembling a reptile or a rabbit. It had spiny ears and chest plates with a large tail. It gave a mighty roar upon being released. "Wow! A Nidoqueen," Ash mumbled as he scanned it. Nidoqueen, the drill Pokemon and the evolved form of Nidorina. _ said the Pokédexes. "We can do it, Charizard," Ash encouraged. "So that's what Nidorina will become if it evolves," Serena thought briefly. "Resume the match," Archer announced. "Fly into the air, Charizard," Ash called, thinking that would give him an advantage since Nidoqueen couldn't fly. "Heh heh, that won't keep Nidoqueen away. Jump into the air after it," Giovanni commanded. Nidoqueen raised its large tail and slapped the ground with it, which shot it high into the air after Charizard. "What?" cried Ash in surprise. "I happened to learn that trick from your Bulbasaur, Ash." "I should thank you," Giovanni smirked. Nidoqueen collided right into Charizard before Giovanni ordered his next move. "Now body slam it to the ground," he said. Nidoqueen then put all of its weight onto Charizard, which made them fall to the ground. Charizard grabbed a hold of Nidoqueen to slow its descent as much as it could. Despite this, Charizard still hit the ground on its backside with Nidoqueen on top. "Now crunch," Giovanni said next. Nidoqueen bit down hard onto Charizard's shoulder, causing it to roar in pain. Ash knew he had to get Nidoqueen off of Charizard fast. "Use Fire Punch," he yelled. Charizard engulfed its fist in fire before punching Nidoqueen square in the jaw. The drill Pokemon rolled off of Charizard, which allowed it enough time to get up. Nidoqueen then got up a few seconds later as both Pokemon stared at one another. "Use Sludge Bomb," Giovanni ordered. "Counter with Flamethrower," Ash yelled. Both Pokemon launched their respective attacks, which collided and created an explosion in midair. Having been in this situation several times before, Ash nodded to his Charizard to fly through the smoke and grab a hold of Nidoqueen. Charizard took the signal and nodded back. It then took flight in preparation to dive bomb Nidoqueen, but once it got through the thick smoke, it wasn't expecting the Pokemon to be charging up another Sludge Bomb. Nidoqueen launched the attack just before Charizard reached it. Charizard immediately turned away with the Sludge Bomb only sideswiping it. Charizard grimaced slightly but was otherwise okay. "Go after it again, Nidoqueen," Giovanni ordered calmly. Nidoqueen once more jumped into the air using its tail. Charizard narrowed its eyes as it saw Nidoqueen coming for it. It wasn't going to suffer another body slam from this thing. "Use Wing Attack to knock it away," Ash called. Charizard spread its wings and slapped at Nidoqueen just as it reached it. Both Pokemon struggled to compete for dominance, but Charizard won out, and Nidoqueen was sent hurtling towards the ground, where it landed on its stomach. "Now hit it with Fire Spin," Ash called. Charizard blew forth a blazing ring of fire from its mouth towards the downed Nidoqueen. It rushed around the Pokemon as it struggled to get up. Soon, there was large vortex of fire around the Nidoqueen. The occupants in the gym could hear a roar of frustration coming from Nidoqueen as it was trapped inside. "Great job, Charizard. Go in after Nidoqueen for a seismic toss," Ash yelled. Charizard roared in approval and did a nosedive towards the swirling, flame tornado. Once it got close to ground, it switched directions and flew straight at where it assumed Nidoqueen would be. It held out its arms in preparation to grab the drill Pokemon as soon as it was inside, but what happened next took it by surprise. "Body Slam, Nidoqueen," Giovanni ordered. Charizard's eyes widened as it saw Nidoqueen somehow burst out of the flame tornado and crashed right into it. Charizard was knocked off balance due to this and sent falling towards the ground with Nidoqueen on top of it. Not one to be outdone, however, Charizard grabbed onto Nidoqueen and flipped positions with it so Nidoqueen was on the bottom now. The drill Pokemon hit the ground as Ash ordered his next attack. "Flamethrower," Ash yelled. Charizard took in a deep breath and prepared to launch the attack, but Giovanni wasn't going down that easily. "Use Mega Punch, Nidoqueen," Giovanni growled. Nidoqueen reeled its fist back and punched Charizard square in the face. Charizard face jerked to the side at the mighty punch, but it gritted its teeth and pushed through the pain. Charizard turned its head to face Nidoqueen again and blew forth the hot flame at point-blank range. "Now that Nidoqueen is weakened, try Seismic Toss again," Ash yelled. Charizard lifted Nidoqueen up and began taking it as high as it could inside the room. "Bite, Nidoqueen." Giovanni commanded. Nidoqueen recovered slightly and bit Charizard in the shoulder, but it wasn't enough to stop the fire dragon. It then began to circle around and around to build up speed before dive bombing towards the ground. It then released Nidoqueen, and the drill Pokemon went sailing towards the ground and landed with a resounding thud once it made contact. Charizard then landed on the ground on both of its feet to see the damage it did, visibly panting. Nidoqueen, however, was on the ground, clearly knocked out. Nidoqueen is unable to battle. Charizard is the victor. Archer declared. Ash couldn't help but grin broadly at this. He had started off this match in horrible shape, but things were really beginning to look up. His grin soon turned to a frown as he remembered the situation he was in. He couldn't let his excitement get the better of him. There were still several angry rockets completely surrounding him right now with his mom and his friends hostage. Ash then took a glance at Giovanni to see how he was reacting to all this. He seemed to have a strange smile on his face that one shouldn't have considering they were losing the match. He was way too calm about all of this, and it made Ash uneasy. He then looked over at Charizard, and it was staring back defiantly at Giovanni, waiting for him to send out his next Pokemon. "How are you holding up, Charizard?" Ash asked it. Charizard roared and blew a huge flame out of its mouth towards the ceiling to show it was still ready to battle. It would knock out 100 more of Giovanni's Pokemon before it was done with him. "I choose Nidoking now," Giovanni stated as he released the large Pokemon. Another large, bipedal Pokemon that looked like a male version of Nidoqueen appeared. Its horn was longer and it was dark pink in color. "So a Nidoking now," Ash muttered as he scanned it. Nidoking, the drill Pokemon and the evolved form of Nidorino. They have a rock-hard exterior, and its large horn contains venom. "Its large tail is very powerful," said the Pokédex. "Here we go, Charizard. You took out Nidoqueen. You can get Nidoking, also," Ash muttered from behind it. Charizard gave a low growl as it prepared to get ready for the battle. Nidoking narrowed its eyes as pounded its fist in its opposite palm to pump itself up. "Begin." Archer yelled again. "Use Fury Attack," Giovanni said. Nidoking roared and charged full speed to Charizard. Once it reached it, it began stabbing at Charizard repeatedly with its horn. Charizard was doing its best to dodge the onslaught of the long horn, but it couldn't dodge forever and ended up being stabbed once. It grunted in pain as it held its stomach in pain where Nidoking hit it. "Now use Mega Horn," Giovanni ordered next. Nidoking's horn glowed and it proceeded to bring it down to slam into Charizard, but the fire dragon reached out and caught the horn in its hands to prevent it from striking. "Heh. That won't stop Nidoking. Use Poison Sting," Giovanni smirked. Nidoking opened its mouth and shot several, tiny glowing needles at Charizard, striking it in the face. Charizard sputtered and clawed its face in pain from the needles, and that was the opening Nidoking needed to strike it with Mega Horn. Charizard stumbled backwards before falling over onto its back and roaring in pain. "Charizard!" Ash cried. "Now use Takedown!" Giovanni yelled. "Try to fly away!" Ash called. Charizard shakily got off the ground and saw Nidoking heading straight for it. It wouldn't have time to get fly out of the way, but it could try something else. Charizard narrowed its eyes as Nidoking got closer. Just before the drill Pokemon was able to ram into Charizard, the fire dragon dropped down onto its back before tucking its legs in. Once Nidoking reached it, Charizard used its momentum to flip Nidoking over its body. Nidoking ended up flying quite a distance due to how fast it was running. It hit the ground and with a loud thud and let out a soft growl. Ash frowned slightly that Charizard had disobeyed him in what to do but realized it was for the best. It seemed it could use some slight training, but at least Charizard listened to him for the most part and wasn't disrespectful to him. Charizard only did that because it knew it couldn't fly away in time. Use flamethrower while it's trying to recover Charizard. Ash yelled. Charizard got up from the ground and launched another flamethrower from its mouth. The attack struck Nidoking in the chest plate just as it was getting up from the ground. It growled at the pain, but began to run full speed at Charizard once more in anger. Fly away this time, Charizard! Ash called out. Knowing Nidoking wouldn't fall for the same trick twice, Charizard flew away from it into the air, but it seemed Nidoking was going to copy the trick from Nidoqueen and Bulbasaur. Jump after Nidoking, Giovanni told it. Nidoking used its powerful tail to slap the ground and leap into the air like the others before it. Charizard didn't hide its frustration as it saw it was in this uncomfortable situation. Again. Use Fire Punch to knock it out of the air. Ash called. Charizard reared back its fist and prepared to knock the daylights out of Nidoking, but to its great surprise, Nidoking ducked underneath its arm and grabbed onto Charizard in a death grip. Charizard began flapping its wings very fast at having the great weight of Nidoking weighing it down. It swung its fiery fist at the drill Pokémon, making contact. Nidoking grunted at the pain but held fast. Use Horn Drill, Giovanni grinned. Try to get it off of you. Use Inferno. Ash cried. Charizard began to heat its body to super proportions as its body seemed to catch on fire itself. Nidoking began to roar in pain but still didn't release its hold on Charizard. It began to spin its horn very fast despite the intense heat of having to hold onto Charizard's body. The fire dragon's eyes widened as it saw the spinning horn come closer and closer. Watch out, Charizard! Ash cried, but it was too late. Once the horn came in contact with Charizard's body, the fire dragon let loose an eruption of flames from its body. The force blasted Nidoking off its body where it crashed into the ground on its back. Meanwhile, Charizard fell through the air before crashing onto the ground, as well. Both trainers waited in anticipation to see if their Pokémon would get up. For a moment, it looked like both Pokémon were knocked out, then somehow, Giovanni's Nidoking pushed itself off the ground and onto its feet. It was severely weakened but not knocked out. Charizard is unable to battle, Archer declared. Ash sighed. It was so close, but Nidoking got the upper hand. Charizard, return, Ash said as he recalled the flame Pokémon. He then smiled at the Pokeball. Thank you, Charizard. You were awesome. You were able to beat Nidoqueen and gave a lot of damage to Nidoking. Take a good rest. After returning it, Ash clenched and unclenched his fists as he didn't know what he should do next. 3 of his Pokémon were now knocked out while 2 were already injured. With only Pikachu left as the one who hasn't battled yet. Giovanni had 4 Pokémon knocked out with probably the Radon left as his last Pokémon. Ash hated to say it, but the odds weren't looking too good. He could use Pikachu right now against the large Nidoking, but then he would have no healthy Pokémon left to go against what was undoubtedly Giovanni's strongest Pokémon. On the other hand, if he used Primeape or Tauros, there is a chance that Nidoking could knock them out before they could knock it out. Then Ash would be at an even bigger disadvantage. This was a crucial decision that could make or break him. Time is running out, Ash. Make your decision unless you want to forfeit the match, Giovanni taunted. Ash glared at Giovanni but forced himself to relax. If he made any rash decisions, it would cost him big time. He couldn't afford to make mistakes at all. Ash sighed as he thought. Using his weakened Pokémon would be better for this situation. One healthy Pokémon was better than none even if the chances weren't great. Is it okay if I hold off using you a little longer, Pikachu? Ash asked it. Pikachu, the rodent responded while nodding his head. Thanks, buddy, Ash said as he thought of which Pokemon would be best against Nidoking. Primeape's fighting attacks wouldn't be very effective against Nidoking's part poison typing, so that left Tauros. He then nodded his head. Let's go again, Tauros. Tauros appeared again out of the Pokeball with another cry before pawing the ground. It shook itself of its tiredness and got into a battle-ready stance. How are you feeling, Tauros? Are you up for battle? Ash asked it. Tauros gave a loud moo in response. It knew it would fight again sooner or later, so it made sure to rest up as much as it could in its Pokeball before it came back out from its Pokeball. It was going to fight until its last bit of strength. Resume the match, Archer announced. Use Fisher, Tauros. Ash yelled. Tauros reared back on its two hind legs before stomping the ground hard. A bright laser of energy then shot from its hooves and sped along the ground towards Nidoking. Dodge it, and use Poison Jab, Giovanni commanded. Nidoking did a swift roll, though it looked more like a tumble, out of the way. It then rolled in front of Tauros before getting up and stabbing it in the side with a poisonous fist. Tauros yelled at the pain but wasn't backing down that easily. Use Head Smash, Ash yelled. Tauros rammed its head into Nidoking torso as hard as it could, sending the drill Pokemon back several feet. It then got back on its feet to glare at Tauros. Use Takedown, Giovanni ordered. Stand your ground, Tauros, Ash called. Ash Nidoking began to rush towards the wild bull Pokemon. Tauros planted its feet firmly on the ground, ready to take any punishment Nidoking was going to give it. As Nidoking came closer, Tauros took a deep breath and braced itself. Seconds later, the powerful force that was Nidoking crashed into it, hurting it tremendously. Despite this, Tauros stood its ground, which is what Ash wanted. He knew it was risky to have Tauros take the attack like that, but he believed in his Pokemon, and it paid off. Nidoking had crashed into Tauros so hard that it was now caught in its horns. It struggled to break free but was unable to. Tauros then gave a mighty heave and lifted Nidoking above it. Now throw it with all you can, Tauros, Ash yelled. Poison Jab, Giovanni said. Before Nidoking could bring its fist down to Poison Jab, Tauros, the wild bull Pokemon, swung its head with all its might. The force dislodged Nidoking from its horns, and the drill Pokemon was sent flying through the air. It then slammed into the bottom of the podium Giovanni was sitting on, where it fell to the ground in a crumpled heap. It didn't get back up. Nidoking is unable to battle, Archer growled again. Serena held her breath at this. There was just one more Pokemon Ash needed to beat. He had never let her down before, and she didn't think he would start now. Brock and Misty had a look of hope born inside their eyes at this. Ash may be able to pull this off, after all. They may actually make it out of this situation. Delia was watching her son with a look of admiration and wonder. He had become such a great Pokemon trainer in his short time of being on his journey. He really did take after Red. Ash, meanwhile, breathed a huge sigh of relief. Maybe he could actually do this, after all. 5 of Giovanni's Pokemon had been knocked out, and he still had 3 left. He just needed to beat one more, and he had a good idea of what it was. As Giovanni returned Nidoking, Ash chanced to look up at Giovanni to see how he was taking this turn of events. To his surprise, Giovanni was smirking. That wasn't natural. Ha 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 ha. You are truly a gifted trainer, Ash, or just really lucky. To think you would be able to knock out 5 of my best Pokemon, but your win stops here, Giovanni told him. No matter what you send out, my Pokemon and I will be able to beat it. I'm not going to lose to you, Ash shouted. Heh heh. For my last Pokemon, it is one you should be quite familiar with. After all, It did absolutely crush you back at the Sylph Company, Giovanni stated. Ash frowned at this. Giovanni's last Pokemon was Radon, after all. He still hadn't forgotten how that Radon was able to miraculously push through all of his Pokemon's attacks and knock them all out with Horn Drill. It was almost unreal. Things are different now. Both my Pokemon and I have become a lot stronger since then. We won't fall like last time. Ash shouted defiantly. Your Pokemon aren't the only ones that have gotten stronger since then. I assure you. My Pokemon has improved, as well, Giovanni said with a dark grin. What do you mean? Ash asked suspiciously. Why don't you see for yourself? Giovanni smirked as he reached into his orange suit before withdrawing his last Pokeball. He then pressed the button and the red beam shot out. To reveal Radon, or so the group thought. It turned out to be a Pokemon the group had never seen before. If the group thought Radon was a scary Pokemon, this one really took the cake. Whereas Radon was big, this Pokemon was bigger. It sort of looked like Radon, but it had two large horns, one for nose and smaller one on its forehead. It had cannon-like arms and several orange, rocky plates all over its body. It looked like the epitome of what a tank Pokemon was all about. What is that? Ash cried in amazement. Het. Surely you recognize this Pokemon from at the Sylph Company. It's only had a few improvements done to it. Meet Rhyperior, Giovanni declared. RR Rhyperior. Ash stuttered. Chapter 47, The Final Badge Part 2. RR Rhyperior. Ash stuttered. Still in much shock, Ash pulled out his Pokédex in order to scan the new Pokemon. Rhyperior, the drill Pokemon and the evolved form of Radon. This Pokemon's hide is so tough it can withstand any type of explosion, said the Pokédex. Ash looked up from the Pokédex to stare at the intimidating Pokemon. Even Tauros looked mildly surprised and took a step back. Rhyperior loomed over Tauros and grinned rather wickedly. There certainly wasn't any doubt of its confidence that it could win the battle, and possibly break a few bones of its opponents. Ash gritted his teeth as he thought of the best way to go about the situation, but realized there wasn't one. According to Giovanni, this was the same Radon that absolutely crushed his team back at Sylph Company. It had miraculously been able to push through all of his Pokemon's attacks and then knock each of them out with Horn Drill. Now it was evolved on top of that. Serena, Brock, Misty, and Cubone stared with wide eyes, as well, but particularly Serena. She had been the only one besides Ash, Gary, and Pikachu who had seen this Pokemon's power earlier. Serena closed her eyes and said a silent prayer that Ash could do this. Unfortunately, Ariana took this for sleeping and shook Serena out of her thoughts. No slacking and stay awake. Ariana snarled at her. Serena glared back but chose not to say anything in response. She instead turned back to Ash to watch the battle. Ash had gotten this far, and she knew in her heart that he wasn't going to let this stop him. Giovanni, meanwhile, was feeling just as confident as the Rhyperior. This was definitely his strongest Pokemon next to Mewtwo, but the clone Pokemon was gone now. Despite his anger that he wouldn't be able to use Mewtwo on Ash and utterly destroy him, Giovanni figured Rhyperior will do. It could still crush his two weakened Pokemon and that yellow rat. Ash couldn't win. The situation certainly didn't look good. Ash only had 3 Pokemon left, but 2 of them were already weak from previous battles. The only Pokemon with full health that he still had was Pikachu, and Rhyperior absolutely dwarfed the yellow rodent, not to mention the type disadvantage. He looked over at Pikachu who was visibly shaking at the fearsome Rhyperior. There was a slight spark in his soul, and a new sense of determination was with him. It was like he could feel someone praying for him. Wait, what was wrong with him? There were several situations like this before where he and his Pokemon won against impossible odds. How was this any different? Ash wasn't going to let what happened in the past affect this battle. Just like all the other times, he wasn't going to give up until the end. We can do this, Tauros. Let's take it out just like the others. Ash shouted. Tauros mooed in agreement before pawing the ground. Begin. Archer shouted. Dig underground, Rhyperior. Giovanni ordered. The drill Pokemon obeyed before raising its cannon arms and digging underground. This action rather surprised Ash, as the tunnels Trio dug much earlier were still filled with water. How would Rhyperior be able to maneuver underground? Then without warning, spouts of water exploded from the gym floor, splashing every Pokemon and person within the room. He. Water won't affect the solid rock that Rhyperior is made of. Still, it is more convenient to have the water out so it can move easier, Giovanni smirked. He, Proton, and Petrol was the only ones who weren't affected by the water as they were so high up. Ash was amazed that Rhyperior was able to remove the water like that. What on earth had it done? Pushing the thought aside to focus on the match, Ash called out to Tauros. Be careful, Tauros. Rhyperior could be anywhere. Ash yelled. Tauros nodded its head and listened. If there was one thing this Rhyperior wasn't good at, it was being quiet. Its stone body made a lot of noise while moving around. Underground. Use Earthquake while Rhyperior is underground. It should cause more damage that way. Ash called. Tauros reared back on its hind legs and stomped onto the ground as hard as it could, but differently from how it used Fisher. The whole gym floor began to shake violently as Tauros listened for Rhyperior. It could tell by all the noise underground that the drill Pokemon was being tossed around. However, Tauros was surprised as the ground underneath it gave way, and it fell into a large hole, right where Rhyperior was at the moment. It seemed Rhyperior had purposely created a large opening right underneath Tauros in case it used Earthquake, at a cost of some slight damage. It really planned ahead. Tauros. Ash cried once he saw that Tauros was now in Rhyperior's clutches. Rock Blast, Giovanni commanded. Despite not being able to see what was going on the hole, Ash could hear a bunch of commotion of what sounded like banging and Tauros's cries of pain in between. Seconds later, several rocks burst from the hole that Tauros had fallen into, followed by Tauros itself, and finally Rhyperior. The wild bull Pokemon landed flat on its side and let out a weak moo, while Rhyperior landed on its feet, looking relatively unharmed. Tauros, can you stand? Ash asked with worry. Tauros seemed to struggle to move but couldn't take the pain anymore before lying still. It had no strength left to battle. Tauros is unable to battle. Archer declared. Heh. Do you see how easily your Tauros was defeated? Do you still think you can win? Giovanni taunted. I'm not giving up until the end. Ash shouted as he returned Tauros before smiling at it. You were amazing, Tauros, and earned a nice long rest. Despite not really wanting to use previously used Pokemon, Ash knew he had to keep Pikachu in top form for as long as possible. Hopefully, Primeape's fighting spirit would be enough to cause considerable damage on Rhyperior. Let's go one more time, Primeape. Ash yelled as he released the pig monkey Pokemon again. Primeape came out of the Pokeball with a powerful grunt and brought its fist up to its opponent. It didn't care about the size or how scary this Pokemon looked. It and Ash were going to fight together and it would knock this Rhyperior's block off. It snorted angrily at the Rhyperior, who merely gave a dark smile back. Don't think that just because your Primeape has a type advantage means anything, Giovanni called out. Rhyperior's special ability, Solid Rock, reduces the power of any hits that are super effective against it. Ash didn't care about this bit of information. He and Primeape didn't need super effective hits to win. They could score a victory by the great bond they shared. Resume the match. Archer yelled. Okay, Primeape. Use cross chop. Ash yelled. Primeape grunted again before charging straight its opponent with its arms in an X shape. Use hammer arm, Rapirier, Giovanni told it. Rapirier swung its enormous arm at Primeape, but Pokémon swiftly dodged it and connected the attack. Rapirier stumbled backwards from the force of the attack and let out a soft growl in pain, before swinging another fist at Primeape. Use low kick, Primeape. Ash yelled next. This attack should do extra damage due to how heavy Rapirier looked. Primeape leaped out of the way of the second hammer arm as Rapirier's fist crashed into the ground, leaving a dent. Primeape then slid in between Rapier's legs before sweeping with all of its might. The drill Pokémon was sent toppling towards the ground where it roared in frustration at being outdone like that. That Primeape was quicker than it looked. That was great, Primeape. Ash cheered while giving it a thumbs up. Primeape returned the gesture before turning back to the battle. I think I will need to change tactics in order to slow down that thing, Giovanni mused. Rapirier, use your earthquake. Rapirier raised one of its monstrous feet into the air and slammed it down onto the ground, creating a violent shockwave that shook the whole room. It was a lot more powerful than Toro's earthquake was. Ash himself almost lost his balance at the attack. Primeape, meanwhile, was wobbling horrible in an effort to stay standing when Giovanni ordered the next attack. Use Rock Blast. He yelled. Rapirier summoned a large amount of rocks before exploding them into tiny shards and sending them hurtling towards the pig monkey Pokémon. Primeape's eyes widened once. It saw the rocky shards coming towards it but was unable to dodge due to the shaking. Primeape braced itself and shielded its body with its arms in an effort to minimize the damage from the rocks. Use Stone Edge. Giovanni ordered next, not relenting on the attacks. A large, jagged stone was conjured from Rapirier and looked incredibly lethal. It then hurled the attack at Primeape. Primeape narrowed its eyes at the incoming rock, nodded its head for Ash to signify a command. It wasn't going to let this rock get it. Seeming to know what Primeape meant, Ash called, "Quick, Primeape. Use Karate Chop to break that stone." Primeape leaped into the air before bringing its fist down on the incoming boulder with all of its might. The force of the impact made a crack in the rock before shattering it completely. Primeape then reeled its fist back again before punching the debris back at Rapirier. The drill Pokémon wasn't damaged at all by the rocks striking it, but it did look slightly stunned. Go in for another cross chop. Ash yelled. Primeape rushed forward to strike Rapirier once more, but it recovered before the pig monkey Pokémon was able to reach it. Rock Wrecker, Giovanni commanded. Primeape's eyes widened again as it saw the largest stone yet come from Rapirier before it was hurled at Primeape. It leaped as high as it could in the air in an attempt to avoid it. The massive rock just missed it. Primeape sighed with relief, thinking it had fully dodged and could now use cross chop until it heard Ash's voice. Heads up, Primeape. Ash yelled. Primeape looked down from the air and grunted in surprise to see the Rapirier spiraling towards it like a drill. It was using Drill Run. That huge boulder from Rock Wrecker must have just been a distraction to get it to drop its guard. It momentarily forgot its training with Hitmonchan and Hitmonlee about always staying alert, and now it was fixing to pay the price. Rapirier slammed into Primeape with the force of a tank, knocking it clear across the room. Primeape flipped through the air several times before smashing into a wall. Face first. It then fell in a crumpled heap on the ground. It grunted and moaned in pain but couldn't find the power to stand up again. Primeape is unable to battle. Ash is now down to his last Pokémon. Archer declared with glee. Ash furrowed his eyebrows. Rhyperior completely outmatched his Pokemon and knocked them out after only using 1 or 2 attacks. Granted, they were already weakened, but that was still unreal at how powerful this thing was. Primeape and Tauros had managed to get some damage on it, but not enough to set Ash in a comfort zone. He glanced at Pikachu, who was visibly shaking at the Rhyperior. It knew how important this match was for the life of its trainer and friends, but it still couldn't help but feel intimidated. Pikachu already knew electric attacks wouldn't work against Rhyperior due to its part ground typing. Ash sadly returned Primeape to its Pokeball before smiling sadly at it. "You fought bravely and gave it your all. Thank you, Primeape. Take a good rest." Ash was beginning to wonder if saving Pikachu for last was such a good idea, after all. The truth be told is Ash was starting to suspect Giovanni's specialty was ground type Pokemon, so he held off using it, hoping he wouldn't have to at all. Now Pikachu would have to face the scariest one yet. This was totally a mismatch putting Pikachu up against Rhyperior. "If you'd like, you can forfeit the match, Ash Ketchum," Giovanni called out. "I will, of course, still follow through with the terms of the vow and kill all of your friends and mother. Right in front of you. However, it will at least be over with quicker that way and save you the pain of watching your yellow rat get beaten to a pulp." Ash wasn't going to let Giovanni play games with him like that. Ash couldn't give him the satisfaction of knowing that he's getting to him. He looked over at his noticeably shaking partner and gave it a serious look. "Pikachu, I know you're scared, and frankly, I am, too, but we need to do this. We can't let Team Rocket win," Ash said. "Chuyo," Pikachu moaned as it hung its ears. Ash kneeled down and took Pikachu's tiny hands in his. "It will be okay, Pikachu. I have faith in you. You are the most dependable Pokemon anyone could ever ask for. I'm proud to have you as my Pokemon and would never choose another starter over you. We've been through a lot of things together and overcame impossible odds. We overcame a flock of Spearow. We defeated Brock's Onyx in our first gym match together. We made it out of a snowstorm together and even defeated Sabrina's Kadabra together. We did all of this as team. I know it looks scary and the odds are against us, but we will win. We are going to fight together just like we have before." "Pika Pika?" Pikachu asked as it looked up as Ash. "That's right. It's what best friends do for each other, and we are definitely that, Pikachu. Will you fight with me?" Ash asked while looking at Pikachu straight in the eye. Pikachu stared back into Ash's eyes. In all of its days, Pikachu never thought it would meet a human like Ash. The first day they met each other, the yellow rodent merely thought of him as just another human about to abuse it. Granted, he was nicer than most, but still just another human. How wrong Pikachu had been at the time. Ash was so much more than that. He was a boy who genuinely loved Pokemon and would do anything for them, particularly his own. Ash was right. They had overcome everything together no matter what the circumstances. They could do it this time, too. They would fight together. Pikachu lost its scared look and turned it into one of determination. It was going to fight to its last breath for Ash no matter what it took. "Pika Pie!" Pikachu yelled as it nodded its head. Brock, Misty, Serena, and Delia felt their eyes water at how close Ash and Pikachu were. Despite only knowing each other less than a year, they truly shared a bond like no other. And it really showed. They believed that when those two really wanted to, they could accomplish anything together. "How touching," Giovanni mocked, clearly not moved by the display. The story of a boy and his rodent. At this, several Team Rocket members laughed in the room. How naive of this boy to think he still had a chance. They were going to enjoy torturing him when this match was over. "You can make fun of us if you like, but we won't let that hinder us," Ash said seriously as he stood up with Pikachu next to him. Pikachu and I have a bond that you will never have with your Pokemon. It's our connection that will allow us to beat you. How nice, Giovanni said. Fine. Face me and see if your love and friendship are enough to take down Rhyperior. Now it was Ash's turn to smirk. I'm not talking about that, but love and friendship is a nice bonus in taking you out. This actually caused Giovanni to raise an eyebrow in question. That was all this boy seemed to talk about since he met him. How love, friendship, and justice would conquer all. And how the likes of evil would never win, and all of those other stupid things that meant nothing to Giovanni. He had heard all of those things before. Now, Ash was switching gears on him. It actually piqued Giovanni's curiosity on what Ash could be talking about. Oh really? What is it then? Giovanni asked in almost curious manner. Ash smiled as he and Pikachu were enveloped in a blue field of energy before the two energies flew toward each other and converged into one before disappearing. Everyone's eyes widened completely at what had just happened, with the Rocket members surprised the most. This kid had the power of aura. Butch and Cassidy briefly lost their grip on Delia as they stumbled forward at the scene. They were outdone so many times by this kid, but after learning this, they could see why. This brat having aura was insane. The twerp has aura. Jessie muttered in shock as she held Misty. She let the gun that was holding Misty fall to her side in utter surprise. No wonder we could never defeat him. We could never hope to stand up to that, James said in equal awe. What a total mind-blower, Meowth added. What? You have the gift of aura like your wretched father. Giovanni shouted as he stood up in his chair. Yep, and I couldn't find a better person to use it on than the likes of you. Ash retorted. Serena, Brock, Misty, Delia and Cubone couldn't believe it. Ash had actually activated his aura on his own free will for the first time. Did this mean he was starting to get a good idea on how to use it properly? Other times, it had just been by sheer chance, but he did just now knowing completely what he was doing. A new hope began to emerge within them. With Ash and Pikachu fighting as one with aura, there was no way they could lose. Pikachu let out a cry and ran in front of Ash with a look that clearly said it was ready to battle. No words needed to be said between the two anymore because of their aura. Recovering from his shock, Giovanni glared and seated himself back in his chair. Whether you have aura or not does not make a difference. You can still never hope to beat Rhyperior, he stated. We'll see about that, Ash uttered in a low tone. Pikachu, the yellow rodent added. Archer was still staring in surprise at the display before shaking his head to focus once more. Resume the match, he announced. Let's go, Pikachu. Use agility, Ash yelled. Pikachu! Pikachu cried as shot forward and began dashing around the room. Ash felt really weird while Pikachu was running around the room. He could feel Pikachu's speed as it ran. It was almost he was literally fighting as one with Pikachu. Aura was incredible. Use Iron Tail, Ash yelled next. Before the Rhyperior could even react, Pikachu had leaped into the air before its tail glowed and smashed Rhyperior square in the face. It stumbled backwards while clawing at its face, clearly surprised that the attack actually hurt it a little bit. Ash felt really weird while Pikachu was running around the room and attacking. He could feel Pikachu's speed as it ran. He could feel the power of its attacks. It was almost he was literally fighting as one with Pikachu. He was discovering something new about aura all the time. The first time he was able to hear Pikachu's voice audibly. The second time he was able to sense Serena's presence. The third time allowed him to connect with Pikachu's mind and tell its commands from there, and now this time it was letting him feel the power and speed of Pikachu's attacks. He wondered once he fully learned how to use aura if he could do all of these things at once. Your rodent is fast. I will give it that, Giovanni said with narrowed eyes. You haven't seen anything yet. Focus blast, Pikachu. Ash yelled. He didn't know what compelled him to tell Pikachu to use that attack, it just felt right. Pikachu knows focus blast. Serena thought to herself. That certainly was something she and the others weren't aware of. Pikachu felt a huge wave of aura rush inside of it as it focused its mind on this attack. Pikachu didn't know it had this kind of power. Was the power of aura that Ash was granting it, allowing it to be capable of using this attack? It grinned as it leaped at the Rhyperior, who still looked quite stunned. Rock blast! Giovanni growled. Rhyperior conjured several rocks before blasting them at Pikachu, but the yellow rodent swiftly dodged the rocks by either leaping on top of them or going over or underneath them completely. It reached Rhyperior, and its tiny body became engulfed in a blue glow before blasting what looked like a large amount of aura into Rhyperior's chest area, actually knocking it off of its feet this time. Pikachu then landed on the ground before darting away again with agility. Everyone was staring completely wide-eyed at what was going on. How on earth was this Pikachu able to take on a Rhyperior, let alone cause damage to it? This wasn't natural. How powerful was aura? Grr, I'm tired of your yellow rat already, Giovanni growled. Use earthquake to shake it up, Rhyperior. Rhyperior got up and stomped on the ground with massive force. The whole gym felt like it was shaking once more. Pikachu, while still running fast, became extremely wobbly. Use Stone Edge, Giovanni called. A giant sharp rock that seemed to come from the ground itself was summoned by Rhyperior and flung at Pikachu. The yellow rodent knew it wouldn't be swift enough to dodge it due to earthquake. Pikachu grimaced at the enormous spike coming for it but knew Ash must have a plan. Not one to disappoint, Ash called. Break that rock with your iron tail, Pikachu. Pikachu nodded its head after realizing this wasn't too different from when it was trying to dodge or break rocks during Brock's gym. Its tail glowed white for a second before it leaped into the air and slammed its glowing tail into the boulder, but something was wrong. It wasn't breaking. Pikachu gasped as it grit its teeth in an effort to still shatter or at least knock the jagged rock away, but it didn't happen. The force of the rock pressed on past Pikachu's iron tail and slammed into the yellow rodent, sending it flying through the air and onto the ground in pain. Ash himself gasped in pain as he fell to the floor onto his hands and knees. Did he just feel Pikachu's pain from the attacks? Was that part of the connection he had with Pikachu now? They were as one. So he must feel any power or pain Pikachu felt. Ash! Serena cried once she saw him fall to the ground. I'll be alright, Ash panted as he stood up, Pikachu doing the same. Ha ha ha. Did you think your pathetic rodent's attack would be enough to stand up to Rhyperior's? Know your limits. Even if you do have aura, Pikachu's strength can't hold a candle to my Rhyperior. Giovanni smirked before calling, use earthquake and then drill run. Rhyperior stomped the ground hard once more, and despite its heaviness, Rhyperior jumped into the air before spinning very quickly in a drill-like fashion towards Pikachu. This was the attack that had knocked out Primeape. Pikachu wouldn't have enough time to run away due to the shakiness of earthquake again. Ash grimaced when he realized that this was Giovanni's strategy. He would have Rhyperior use earthquake before attacking to keep Pikachu's speed off balance. Taking a careful look, Ash realized there was just enough room for Pikachu to duck underneath the drill run. It was risky, but it was the only option. Try to duck underneath it, Pikachu! Ash yelled. Pikachu let out a cry before throwing its hands over its head and lying as close to the floor as it possibly could. It felt the rush of air as Rhyperior sailed over it. Thinking the worst was over, Pikachu let out a sigh of relief until it turned and saw Rapier's fist coming towards it on the way by. Pikachu swiftly rolled out of the way and heard Ash's voice issue. Another command. Nice roll, Pikachu. Use Iron Tail again. Ash called. Pikachu saw Rapier was on its feet again and leaped into the air as its tail glowed white in preparation. Pikachu began to swing its iron tail right at Rapier's face but was surprised when it ducked. Sure enough, Rapier bent forward and Pikachu sailed right over it. It looked like without the boost of agility, Rapier would have enough time to dodge its attacks. Not to be fooled like this, Pikachu turned around in preparation to do Iron Tail again, but saw Rapier's tree trunk-like fist coming after it again. Pikachu narrowly avoided the punch and ended up using Iron Tail on Rapier's right arm, instead. Rapier roared more in aggravation than pain at the attack before swinging around its other arm and knocked Pikachu out of the air and onto the ground again. Ash doubled over in pain once more as he gritted his teeth. Sweat began to come down his forehead as he tried to recover from the attack. Now he knew how all of his Pokémon felt when they were taking attacks. Rapier's punches really hurt. Ah, it seems using your aura has its drawbacks, after all. I take great delight in watching you on the floor in agony, Giovanni said while grinning sadistically. Ash wasn't about to let Giovanni mock his aura like that. It was true that it hurt to be like this, but because of his aura connection with Pikachu, he was able to understand Pokémon better each time because of it. It was because of this connection that Ash would have a bond with his Pokémon that Giovanni could never even hope to have. He didn't care if Giovanni and his mom used to be lovers. When it came down to it, Giovanni was just an evil man who did whatever it took to meet his evil deeds. Ash slowly stood back up and called out to his partner. How are you feeling, Pikachu? Are you up for more? Chew. Pikachu answered as it jumped to its feet. Use Rock Slide to bury that Pikachu. Giovanni growled. Rapier once more summoned a large amount of rocks to throw at Pikachu. The yellow rodent reacted by leaping over the other rocks or skillfully moving out of their way. Upon seeing this, Rapier stomped the ground into an earthquake once more and resumed throwing the enormous rocks at Pikachu. It still refused to give in though. Pikachu had been in this situation several times before. If it couldn't overpower the boulders, it could still dodge them. I grow tired of this game. Use Takedown Rapier. Giovanni yelled. Rapier then let out a battle cry as it charged towards Pikachu rather sluggishly but furiously, and it was still throwing rocks. It was using 2 attacks at one time. Pikachu began to panic as it saw Rapier come closer. It wouldn't be able to get away, so it had 2 options, be slammed by a giant rock or Rapier's giant body. Neither sounded like a good alternative. Pikachu continued to dodge the rocks despite the ground still shaking while Rapier grew ever closer. Watch out, Pikachu! Ash called. Pikachu had its eyes on Rapier, so it didn't notice a large boulder that was coming in from above it. It was the common error of never looking up. Pikachu realized what Ash was talking about and saw the boulder just before it came down. Pikachu tried to dodge it but was unsuccessful. The boulder caught Pikachu by its tiny arm, completely smashing it and sending Pikachu to the ground. The large boulder remained on Pikachu's arm. It wasn't long before another boulder fell, this time on Pikachu's other arm. Now the yellow rodent was completely pinned to the ground with a boulder on each of its arms. Ash hissed in pain as he felt effects the boulders caused Pikachu. He looked in alarm when he saw Pikachu struggling with all of its might to break free of the boulders. Rapier descended upon Pikachu and smirked when it saw the position its opponent was in. Actually, cancel that takedown, Rapier. That Pikachu is at your mercy, Giovanni said. Rhyperior then stopped charging at Pikachu once it reached it and looked down as it decided what to do. In desperation, Pikachu launched a thunderbolt at Rhyperior, but even though it was charged by aura, the attack was completely ineffective against it. Rhyperior merely chuckled as though it had been tickled by the thunderbolt rather than damaged by it. It then reached down and grabbed the rodent before ripping it free of both the boulders. Pikachu, as well as Ash, let out a cry of anguish at being so forcefully pulled away from heavy objects like the boulders. Only Pikachu's head showed as Rhyperior's fist almost took up Pikachu's whole body. Pikachu squirmed helplessly in Rhyperior's giant fist as it tried to use aura to break free, but the drill Pokemon was too strong. Rhyperior looked at Pikachu in disdain for a moment before hurling it to the gym floor with all of its might. "Oh Yug!" Ash screamed in pain as he collapsed to the ground. He fell flat on its stomach and shook several times on the ground. The pain was almost unreal. "Chea! Chea!" Pikachu cried while on the ground, as well. It could have sworn it felt its spine shatter from the force of the impact. "Ash! Pikachu!" Serena yelled as she saw the two almost motionless on the ground. She began struggling in Ariana's grip to get to them, but a click of Ariana's gun reminded her to keep still. Serena was really beginning to get sick of that noise. Both Pikachu and Ash got a panicked and horrified look on their face when they discovered Pikachu couldn't move any of its body parts below its neck at all. Actually, it couldn't feel anything below its neck. It was completely paralyzed. Upon discovering Pikachu unable to move, Archer went to raise his hand, but Giovanni stopped him. "Hold on, Archer. Don't call the match just yet. I want to finish this, completely." Giovanni finished the last part rather menacingly. Upon seeing what Giovanni meant, Archer grinned evilly and brought his hand down to let the match go on. Several other Rocket members also grinned evilly. Even though it knew Pikachu couldn't move, Rhyperior dropped a large rock on each of its arms for good measure. "Heh heh. Finish this with Horn Drill, Rhyperior. Teach those two a lesson they will never forget," Giovanni uttered darkly. The match was his and not even that troublesome boy's. Aura would get him out of this one. He was the world's greatest trainer and would never lose to a righteous boy like Ash Ketchum. Oh, how he would enjoy having this boy as prisoner every single day. What better way to start off his torture than by obliterating his Pikachu right in front of him? That yellow rat would be nothing more than a warped, bloody mess when Rhyperior was finished with it. Rhyperior's horn began spinning extremely fast as it began to lean in to drill Pikachu, maybe even drill a hole right through its little body. Pikachu wanted to cringe as it saw the spinning drill come closer and closer, but it couldn't even move to do that. The blue aura around it was flickering in and out as it and Ash struggled to maintain their connection with each other, but the excruciating pain that Ash was in made it very difficult. "I can't let it end like this," Ash thought as he breathed heavily on the ground. His aura had never failed him before. It had given him a brief advantage with extra powerful attacks, but in the end, Rhyperior was just too powerful and outclassed Pikachu by a long shot. This proved to Ash that just because he had aura, it didn't make him invincible. He weakly looked over at Pikachu and saw the terror in its eyes as the spinning horn came closer and closer. "No, Pikachu," Ash muttered as he shakily reached out a hand towards it, only to have it drop to the ground in defeat. He was in too much pain. He had failed. Brock and Misty closed their eyes and looked away. They didn't want to see what was about to become of Pikachu once that drill hit it. Delia's eyes watered as she hung her head in defeat. She couldn't bear to see her son and his Pokemon in so much despair. She couldn't help but feel she had failed him as a mother. She was so ashamed of her past, and her son was paying the price for it. Ash may blame himself, but this was all because of her. She wanted to call out to him, but any word she tried to shout died in her throat. Serena's mouth quivered as she watched helplessly from the sidelines. She had promised Ash that she would always be there to help him in his time of need. What was happening right now? She was always telling Ash he didn't need to do things by himself, but this is what he had to do this whole match with Rapirier. Not even his aura could fully help him right now because he couldn't properly use it. Here she was, on the other hand, in a submission hold like some damsel in distress. It wasn't fair that Ash always had fight the battles alone. She couldn't stand being on the sidelines anymore. She swore that to herself the first day on her journey when a flock of Spearow was about to run him through. She swore it to him when they raided the Sylph Company. She swore it that day when they and their Pokémon spent the night in the snow cave. She swore it the night she told him her true feelings, and she was swearing it now. She and Ash had been through so much together, and this is one of those times where they needed each other, as well. Tears burned Serena's eyes as she wished for some sort of miracle to happen. She didn't care what it was as long as Ash and Pikachu were helped in some way. She wanted to be there for Ash no matter what the circumstances were. That's how powerful her feelings were for him. She began silently praying as hard as she could for something to happen. Something she could do to help. It was then something stirred inside of her. It was like some form of energy manifesting itself, but it felt different than what Ash described as when his aura was awakening in him. So what could it be? The energy seemed to be focused more on her mind than her soul. Larger and larger it grew until it began manifest around Serena as she felt a massive burst of emotion come from her. Ash was lying on the ground motionless. Pikachu was just short of being drilled through. Ash! She screamed. Ash and Pikachu's eyes both shot open as a bright light shined right into front of their eyes, and then there was nothing. White. That's all there was. White and nothing else. Ash squinted his eyes as he attempted to shield himself from how bright everything was. As his senses adjusted, he realized he wasn't lying half dead on the gym floor anymore. He was standing perfectly upright and felt just fine. Where was he? Had he died? As he looked around, that was all there was, just a plain nothingness that seemed to stretch for all eternity. Pika-Pi. Ash's eyes jolted downward and saw his faithful rodent partner beside him. He thought Pikachu's bones had been completely shattered, rendering it unable to move once it was thrown into the ground at full force, but here it was, perfectly healthy, just as he was. What was going on? What happened, Pikachu? Ash asked as he looked around. There was nothing here. They certainly weren't in the Viridian gym. They weren't surrounded by rockets or in a heated battle or anything. Chuyuo, Pikachu wondered in curiosity. Ash, Pikachu, a voice suddenly said behind them. The two spun around and saw Serena standing there wearing just as much a bewildered expression as they were. Serena? Ash asked in confusion. How was she here? Serena, meanwhile, was wondering if she had caused this. There was a huge wave of energy that rushed to her mind before seeming to project out onto the gym floor. Then she felt her mind be filled with an intense blue energy before finding herself here. I don't get, Ash said as he stared around. The last thing I remember is lying down on the gym floor with Pikachu about to be hit with horn drill. Then I felt something rush into my mind that felt different form aura, but I had no idea what it was. That is sort of like with me, Serena replied. Something strange happened inside of me before I felt something rush into my mind as well. Pikachu, Pikachu added, indicating it felt the same thing. But why were we feeling this? Ash asked more to himself than anyone else. Is it the work of your aura? Serena inquired. That can't be all of it, Ash answered. Only Pikachu and I share a bond. If it was my aura, I don't think you would be here with us. but before we came here, I felt something strange inside of me," Serena spoke. Ash's eyebrows instantly shot up as high as they would go at this bit of information. "Say what?" There was no way Serena could have aura, too. If she did, Riley would have mentioned it to her. Right? Really?" he asked in interest. "What was it like?" "It was something deep within my soul. I never felt this feeling before. It was like it was asleep forever. It felt incredible, though, once it came. It was like my mind was strengthened because of this feeling, and then it manifested, and I briefly felt a power from you," Serena answered. You felt my aura?" Ash stuttered. "I don't understand how. What you're describing to me is different than aura. You said your source is from your mind. Aura is from the soul. According to Uncle Riley." "I don't think it's aura, either," Serena agreed. "But there's no doubt that I felt connected to you and Pikachu before we got here. So if all three of us felt a connection, does that mean we are in each other's minds?" Ash guessed. "This place is just an illusion in our heads." "Maybe, but what could have caused this?" Serena wondered. "I don't know. Even when I have been connected with Pikachu, I've never been in this place before. If it is inside of our heads, we must have had an intense emotional feeling to wind up here. Pikachu and I felt an extreme sense of helplessness and fear at what was to come. We couldn't just sit back and let Giovanni do as he pleases, but I don't think that was all it was." "Did you feel anything, Serena?" "I did," Serena confirmed. "I wanted to fight with you and Pikachu, too. I was tired of always sitting on the sidelines while you are in danger. I couldn't stand seeing you or Pikachu like that on the floor, and when you almost lost it when you found out the truth about your mother, there was a flash of white, and I was here. So all three of us were experiencing an extremely emotional moment," Ash figured. "I think that earlier guess is right. We are in some sort of illusion in our heads right now, but I still don't understand how you got here, Serena." "You don't have aura." "No, but I think I have something else," Serena said as she looked down at her feet as if thinking hard. "Huh!" Ash exclaimed as he and Pikachu stared at Serena with wide eyes. "It's true. Ever since we started our journey together, I've received strange looks from certain people. The first one I noticed was Sabrina's father. The next one was Ms. Yellow. While we were at your Uncle Riley's house, and last was Sabrina herself after we saved her. Ms. Yellow also told me that you and I will make a great team," Serena explained. A look of realization seemed to dawn on Ash's face as he spoke next. "Those people have one thing in common. Ash, after feeling such power inside of my mind and the looks people have given me, I think I may have psychic powers," Serena stated while looking up and staring at him straight in the eye. Now this was certainly a turn of events for Ash. All this time, he had thought he was the only one of the group who had certain types of powers, but if what Serena said is true, then she does, as well. Had they ever activated before, or were they just so dormant that hardly anyone ever picked up on it? Were they only just now awakened from the intense emotional feelings she had to help him? "Wow. I don't know what to say," Ash muttered. "I do," Serena rebutted as she went over to Ash and grabbed his hands. "I want to help you and fight with you." "Serena? How can you help me with this Pokemon battle if you aren't battling?" Ash asked in a bewildered fashion. "I'm not sure. I just know I can," Serena answered. "Remember what Ms. Yellow and Uncle Riley said? Aura and psychic powers complement each other greatly. One focuses on the soul. The other focuses on the mind. When used together, they form an incredible force." Ash's eyes suddenly lit up as he remembered the same thing. If he and Serena were able to combine their powers, they could surely take down Team Rocket. There was absolutely nothing they couldn't do as long as they worked together. They made a promise at the start of their journey and were going to keep it. You're right, Serena. We can fight this battle together. With you, there is no doubt Pikachu can take out that Rhyperior. We can win this fight. Ash declared. Pi Pikachu! The yellow rodent yelled. From now on, Ash, let's fight together. We'll never be by ourselves ever again, Serena stated with a smile. Definitely. Are you ready to do this? Ash asked, though he already knew the answer. I'm ready. Serena declared with a nod. Chew. The rodent confirmed as it grabbed their hands, as well. The three stood there, knowing there was nothing that could stand in their way if they worked as a team. Serena didn't care if her psychic powers had just awoken, she was going to use them to help Ash. She was never going to be on the sidelines ever again. They were going to win. There was another flash of white light in front of their eyes and then, look out! They heard Brock and Misty cry. The three quickly glanced around the room before realizing they were back in the Viridian City gym. Only blinking once to readjust themselves, they knew what they had to do. That horn drill was just seconds from coming to impale Pikachu, and they needed to stop that. Ash suddenly felt himself perfectly healthy once more and was in no pain. He looked at his arm and saw that the gash that Persian had given him earlier was gone, too. Break free of those rocks, Pikachu! Ash yelled. Pikachu, meanwhile, felt like it was getting supercharged. If it thought it felt powerful with Ash's aura inside of it, it felt almost invincible right now. It felt a strength it could never possess normally. It felt all of its broken bones healing inside of it. Soon, it was like nothing had happened as all of its bruises were gone, too. Pikachu felt as good as new. Was this extra power coming from Serena? Your rat can't break free. This is the end for you, Ash Ketchum. Giovanni laughed. Then, to his and everyone else's great surprise, the two rocks holding Pikachu in place completely shattered. Bits of debris went everywhere as Rhyperior had to shield itself from the rock shards hitting it. They didn't hurt, but they still took it by surprise. It looked at the spot where Pikachu once was and discovered it was gone. Serena, meanwhile, had started to glow blue, as well. Her entire body was covered in a blue force of energy. Ariana looked down in shock and fear at what was going on. She instantly jammed her gun against Serena's temple. What is this? She shrieked as she prepared to shoot Serena, but it didn't happen. Serena turned towards Ariana with the angriest glare she could muster before her eyes glowed blue. Ariana was lifted off her feet and thrown several yards back where she hit a wall, completely dazed. All of the other rockets, as well as Brock, Misty, Delia, and Cubone looked on in utter shock. What is going on with that girl twerp? Jessie exclaimed as she and others watched. Serena's glowing blue field of energy soon intensified tenfold before she threw her arms and hands outward, sending out a huge wave of energy that blasted all of the rocket members off of their feet. Delia, Misty, Brock, and Cubone were released from their captors as they were unharmed somehow. They couldn't believe it. Had Serena done this? What is going on here? Giovanni roared as he saw all of his rockets stunned into submission. It isn't against the rules, Ash asserted coolly from below. If you can have help from your rockets in the match, I can have help from Serena. Grr, how is she? Giovanni growled, but found himself unable to finish his sentence. It was then he remembered the battle at hand. Where is that Pikachu? Ash smirked. Why don't you look above you? Giovanni and Rhyperior both looked up in horror as they saw Pikachu speeding through the air like a bullet towards Rhyperior. The yellow rodent was covered with a massive field of blue energy. Hurry and use Rock Blast, Rhyperior! Giovanni cried. Rapirier quickly summoned a large collection of rocks and shot them at Pikachu. Pikachu didn't even seem fazed as it saw the rocks coming closer. Its tail glowed white as it began to slice through each of the rocks like a hot knife through butter. Rapirier's eyes put on total confusion. How was that even possible? There was no way a tiny little runt should have been able to do that. Pikachu soon descended upon Rapirier as it gave a smile at the drill Pokemon before slamming into it full force with its aura-covered body. Rapirier gave a roar of pain as it skidded backward several yards before glaring at Pikachu, but the rodent and Ash weren't done yet. Use Iron Tail! Ash hollered. Pikachu once more zipped towards Rapirier and breakneck speed as Giovanni cried in desperation again. Use Earthquake to keep that Pikachu off balance! Giovanni shouted. Before Rapirier could even plant its foot on the ground to shake it, Pikachu had already leaped into the air and slammed an aura-covered Iron Tail right in Rapirier's face. The drill Pokemon clawed at his face in agony as it struggled to maintain standing up. It swung its tree truck-like tail around and managed to knock Pikachu away, but it still wasn't going to let up on its flurry of attacks. Use Focus Blast! Ash yelled as he pumped his fist into the air. Serena's eyes glowed blue once more as she and Ash both supercharged Pikachu once more for this attack. Pika 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 pika! Pikachu cried as he tore across the ground before jumping straight for Rapirier and throwing its fist which seemed to erupt with aura. Use Horn Drill! Giovanni screamed in panic. Rapirier started spinning its horn very quickly as it charged towards Pikachu. The two Pokemon were closing in on each other. Ash and Serena stared hard with determination, while Giovanni was sweating profusely but didn't let up on his glare. Just before Rapirier was able to connect with Horn Drill, Pikachu ducked underneath it at the last second. Having made it past the horn, Pikachu blasted a burst of aura and psychic energy into Rapirier with all its might, causing a huge explosion. Everyone shielded their eyes as smoke came from every direction, almost taking up the entire gym room. Nobody took their eyes off the spot where the attack connected. Ash and Serena, still glowing blue, continued to stare ahead without a word. Giovanni was visibly shaking as he tried to restrain himself. Brock, Misty, and Cubone stared with their mouths completely open that Pikachu was even capable of something like that, as well as the surprise that Serena had some sort of power, too. Delia had her hands clasped as she prayed that his was all over. Just please let everyone be okay. The smoke finally cleared after about a minute as Rapirier's body was the first to appear. As more and more of the smoke cleared, they could see it clearly wasn't standing. Finally, after it was all gone, the scene that was revealed was Rapirier flat on its stomach, unmoving. Pikachu was on top of Rapirier's back striking a victory pose as it had completely knocked out the drill Pokemon. Pika pika, Pikachu grinned. Yay! Ash suddenly hollered as he tore across the floor to give his buddy the biggest hug imaginable. He didn't need confirmation from Archer. Everyone knew the battle was over. Likewise, Pikachu jumped off Rapirier and ran towards Ash, too. They quickly closed the gap and reached each other within seconds. They two collided into each other and hugged each other the tightest they had ever done so. Ash and Pikachu suddenly felt their aura-powered bodies fade away and their connection gone, along with Serena's, but that didn't matter right now. It seemed Ash still couldn't fully control aura yet, but that was okay. They really pulled through and defeated Giovanni. Meanwhile, as soon as her powers faded away, Serena collapsed onto the ground on her hands and knees. She felt extremely tired and was sweating. Having just awoken, she couldn't properly control her powers, so they really took a toll on her stamina, especially since she blasted all of the rockets in the gym room into submission. She would need to be careful in case they awakened again. Cubone! A familiar voice cried out. Serena looked up and saw Cubone, Misty, and Brock rushing to her aid. Once they reached her, Cubone immediately started stroking her arm while Misty and Brock held her in return. Serena weakly smiled at all of them. "Serena, what's going on? What was that?" Brock exclaimed. "How were you able to do all of that?" Misty added. I think I have psychic abilities," Serena managed to mutter out. "You're kidding. I don't understand," Misty cried. "Me neither, but it is the only explanation," Serena said lamely. Delia was watching all the scenes around her with tears in her eyes as she watched her son hug his partner. Unable to hold back, she rushed forward to her son. Ash looked up from his partner and saw his mom running for him. His eyes lit up in excitement as he began running, as well. "Mom!" Ash hollered in excitement. They reached each other and finally got to be the other's embrace after so long. Tears ran down both their faces after finally seeing each other again. This was truly a joyous occasion for both of them. "Ash, I'm so proud of you," Delia cried between tears. "I'm sorry, Mom," Ash said as he looked up at her. "None of this would have happened if I didn't get in the way of Team Rocket and—" "Ash, don't apologize for anything," his mother asserted. "It's okay. This is really my fault for being involved with Team Rocket in the first place." Ash sniffed once more as he returned the hug to his mother. "I'm just so happy you're okay." "It will be fine, Ash," Delia smiled lovingly at her son before hugging him once more. "I know I've said this before, but you are growing up to be an amazing and fine young man. I've never been prouder than to be the mother of such a great son." Ash sniffed once more as he remembered the other reason he and Pikachu were able to win. It had been thanks to Serena. He turned towards her and gasped when he saw the state she was in. He was pretty tired, too, after using his powers, but he was more used to the effects by now, so he wasn't as exhausted as she was. He and Pikachu immediately ran over to her and kneeled down beside her, Delia following him. "Serena, are you okay?" Ash asked worriedly. "I'll be fine, Ash," Serena panted. "I guess using all of that energy really took a lot out of me." Ash suddenly leaned forward and gave Serena a tight hug. Serena was rather surprised by this gesture but graciously accepted it. Ash had no doubt that he was able to win this battle because of Serena's help. It had been her that had said she didn't want to stay on the sidelines anymore. She was the one who wanted to fight with Ash. She was making sure that Ash and Pikachu were never alone again. Ash knew there was no mistaking Serena's strong feelings for him right then and there. What she said the night of her birthday was completely genuine, and after having this battle and fighting with Serena, Ash realized how much he and Serena really completed and complemented each other. Ash now knew how important Serena was to him and didn't even want to think of what his life would be like without her. Was that love? Was this what he had felt for Serena all along, as well? It had to be. Ash gasped as he finally realized his true feelings for Serena. He liked her, too, and he was elated. As they pulled away, Ash looked Serena straight in the eye. "Serena, I think I get it now," Ash said seriously. Serena got a questioning look on her face. "Get what, Ash? What do you mean?" "I've realized what you've felt for me this entire time, and I can finally say I'm feeling the same thing for you," Ash elaborated. Serena's eyes suddenly lit up hopefully. You mean?" "That's right," Ash confirmed. "We are perfect for each other, and there is no other girl I'd rather be with than you." "Really?" Serena began to redden furiously despite her tired state. Brock, Misty, Delia, Pikachu, and Cubone snapped their attention to Ash. Were they really hearing him correctly? Was he about to confess? "That's right," Ash confirmed as he took a deep breath. "Serena, I know you like me, and now I've finally realized that I like. He was cut off by the sound of clapping. He and everyone else turned their attention to the podium where Giovanni was, clapping very slowly. The sounds were reverberating off of the gym walls, causing an echo. He was wearing a smirk on his face. All of the other rockets were beginning to stir as they regained consciousness from being knocked senseless by Serena's powers. Even Giovanni's Persian was finally starting to wake up. The group had completely forgotten about them in all of their elation. Ha 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 ha. Well done, Ash Ketchum. That was truly a spectacular match. Giovanni praised while he continued to smirk and clap his hands. Despite his words and clapping, the group could tell there was menace in his voice as all of the other rockets in the room were glaring. You truly are a gifted trainer just like your father, Red, and the fact that the girl has special powers like you was truly a sight to behold. Giovanni continued. I have lost an official gym match and am now obligated to give you the Earth badge. It is rightfully yours. Take it. With that, Giovanni reached into his coat pocket before revealing a green badge that looked like a leaf. He then astutely tossed the badge across the room towards Ash. The raven-haired boy reached up and caught the badge while staring at it curiously. He really just earned the Earth badge from Giovanni, the leader of Team Rocket, and he could now qualify for the Pokémon League. Ash looked up from the badge before glaring again at Giovanni. Don't forget the other part of our deal if I won. Yes. Yes. I remember. As promised, I will disband Team Rocket from this day forward, Giovanni said while waving his hand dismissively. He then cast an extremely dark look on his face. However, all the rockets in the room immediately raised their guns in the air and clicked them before pointing them straight at the group. They all grew increasingly alarmed as they stared up in Giovanni in shock. You and your friends won't be around to see it, Giovanni finished with an evil grin. Everyone gasped upon hearing that. You double-crosser! Ash screamed. Silence, boy. When did I ever promise in the deal that you and your friends would live through this? Giovanni shouted back. He then turned to the two executives still by his side before nodding to the other rockets in the room. You may fire when ready. Kill Ash and Delia first. They are the biggest offenders. Ash clenched his teeth and shut his eyes. There was no getting out of this. There were no aura or psychic powers to help out. There were no Pokemon battle or talks to stall time anymore. Everything was truly going to end here, and there was nothing he could do about it. Ash suddenly felt a hand on his shoulder as turned to see Brock and Misty nod their heads. Taking the cue, Ash grabbed their hands back. Delia was next as she wasn't going to leave her son's side, even in the face of death. Pikachu and Cubone were next as they hopped into Ash's arms protectively. They were going to go out together and wouldn't leave his side. Finally, there was Serena who managed to push herself up from the ground into a standing position. She clung onto Ash's arm as she leaned against. She wasn't going to let go. The group all gave one last defiant flare at the evil man. There is no escape from this one, Ash Ketchum, Giovanni smirked as the rockets took aim and prepared to shoot. There is nothing or no one to save you this time. Not he. Police. Not the Kanto champion or your friends. Not even your wretched fa. There was suddenly a loud booming noise that shook the entire building, effectively cutting Giovanni off and causing the rockets to lose aim and instead fire upwards where the noise was. A second later, a large hole was blasted through the roof of the Viridian Gym building as what was clearly hyper beam came through before landing on the ground and exploding. Everyone in the room stared in utter shock as two Pidgeot and a Wigglytuff poured in from the ceiling. The group gasped as they saw blue and yellow atop their Pidgeot, Rose atop her Wigglytuff along with Gary and Leaf. They were all okay. Everyone's attention was drawn to the ceiling again as a majestic and powerful cry sounded from outside before the source revealed itself. The last one to come in the building was a large draconic-like Pokemon that was light orange in color. It had a round snout with a large tail with a cream-colored underbelly and small wings. It was a Dragonite, one of the rarest Pokemon in the world. The group, as well as the Rocket members, were completely amazed. However, the shock of seeing a Dragonite was nothing compared to what the group felt upon seeing who was riding the Dragonite, especially Ash and Delia. The person leaped off the Dragonite before landing on the podium Giovanni was standing on. The person's eyes glowed blue before completely blasting the other two Rocket executives off the platform. With a burst of aura, leaving only him and Giovanni on the podium. The group continued to stare in total shock as the person took a step closer to Giovanni, giving him a very dangerous expression. The man was tall and thin with very messy black hair. He was clothed in a black undershirt with a red, sleeveless jacket that was zipped up, a pair of blue jeans, with black and red shoes and a red hat. Ash and Delia had their mouths hanging open in utter shock at who it was. The last time they had seen this man was over a year ago. It was actually him. He was here. Giovanni, meanwhile, had his eyes grow large as he took a step back out of reflex. How could this be? It was implausible. You, he managed to stutter out, unable to finish due to his shock. Red Ketchum, father of Ash and husband of Delia, had arrived.